Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. Today is Monday, March 11th. So Sunday, on top of being, I think, spring forward in the United States as far as daylight savings time nonsense, was also March 10th, Mario Day. I did try to keep an eye out to see if there was any real sales. And yeah, not really. You can buy some old games you probably already have as far as Mario games from GameStop, but nothing amazing as far as sales, nor really anything particularly amazing as far as announcements. They're going to make a new Mario movie, which we could have pretty much guessed at, and several games that had already been kind of leaked and speculated about or confirmed, and we'll talk about all those later, but nothing particularly special, which I think particularly this year Nintendo would have done better to have something special happen. It could have distracted from, say, the Yuzu emulator takedown hate that they probably are getting a little bit of, and it could have, wow, only one new card. Well, yeah. It also could have just given them a bit of a boost. It does seem like Nintendo is trying to cross a finish line this year and in this Christmas season with a whimper instead of with a bang. And yeah, it's just kind of impossible to get super hyped around things like Paper Mario: A Thousand Year Door or Luigi's Mansion 2 getting ported. These are all games that feel like they should have been ported years ago to maintain the momentum of the Switch, not held off to the very last second. If anything, it makes it feel like that the second-party developers that were making Switch games really struggled to make Nintendo games actually run on the Switch, and that it's just a really difficult platform to puzzle on. And maybe there's some truth to that, or maybe they just took their time to save money, and maybe there's some elements to that too. No, I don't think it's just saving money though, because they've pretty much just dropped the ball completely with some of the Metroid Prime re-releases and a new Metroid Prime game in particular. And see, if Nintendo doesn't care enough about Metroids as a series to really call that their big finisher move, as it were, for 2024 Christmas season, like that would be just an admission that Nintendo really has given up in favor of, hopefully, I would assume the hope is that they would have better lineups for their next Nintendo console. But I also am not really confident in that aspect either. It may be a case where the reality of the situation is going to be that was a weird card to choose these two, but whatever. Almost nobody starts with a face down defense monster. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely concerned that the next Nintendo console will just be a Switch, which is what most people are assuming, with slightly better hardware, and then even worse, with no lineup of games to convince people to really want to buy the game, buy the console, because we still are at the point where you need system sellers. I don't know a way you could possibly make an argument that you could make a console that didn't have system sellers, unless you make a console that is effectively just a computer that does something else. So I guess if you made something that acted like a Chromebook and could be used for like the same things that Chromebook could do, and it played games, and you got the price cheap enough, maybe then you could sell some kind of device that wouldn't be just a gaming console. But we've seen in previous generations of video games them attempt to sell things like that, and obviously gaming PCs can do whatever a workstation PC can do also. Gaming class hardware can do whatever a workstation class hardware can do. But it has been a very, very long time past the point where anybody tried to make the argument that that they were selling a device that wasn't just a game console and dedicated to game console with any real success. In fairness, the Xbox 360, I guess, it did try to sell itself that way, and maybe even the Xbox One tried to sell it that way, and the PlayStations 3, 4, and 5 all try to sell themselves as also being capable of doing a Blu-ray playback. But yeah, unless there is a disc drive in the next Nintendo console, Blu-ray playback is not going to be a thing. And streaming services and all of that are just going to be expected. They're not going to be value add things. Not enough to justify doing all that. Even in the case of the Steam Deck, you have this situation where the Steam Deck effectively is a computer, but there really is no value add that's being promoted around the Steam Deck's docking capability in desktop mode. Yes, you can do those things, but nobody really cares to do those things. Even basic things, I don't know if the Steam Deck can really handle it well, such as being an MP3 player, or, yeah, I don't know if it can even do that basic thing. For the accountability section, I've probably still been sleeping a lot. I haven't been streaming or watching too much TV. Instead, I've been putting a lot of time in playing Hand of Fate 2. There is a real problem with Hand of Fate 2 in that I'm losing motivation. There are like 21 missions. To accomplish 10 of them, only 20% of the player base has done even that much. So it definitely does seem to me like they were overly ambitious by naming each of the missions based on one of the major arcana of the tarot set, tarot cards. These would be things like the Death card, the Tower card, the Devil card, the Hierophant, the Hanged Man. Those cards that you would have heard about or seen about on TV, versus the minor arcana, which are just like an Ace of Page, two of Cups, Three of Staffs. The tarot card set originally was just a expanded version of a playing card deck and didn't have any fortune telling aspect attached to it originally at all. That was added like hundreds of years later. But yeah, 21 is just way too ambitious for a number of missions. And while they're trying to make every mission fairly different, it's still very samey because there just aren't that much gameplay mechanics in Hand of Fate 2. And I would argue the gameplay mechanics aren't even particularly that good, so you do run into major issues there. Probably played wrong here. But yeah, when only a fifth of your player base has done half of your missions, you know you've made your game too long. I think a big problem with Hand of Fate 2 is that they decided to make the game too early to the release of Hand of Fate 1 and the large amount of praise that Hand of Fate 1 got. Whereas if they had waited a little bit longer, they could have gotten a really good text-to-speech voice actor element, and then all the dialogue in the game that is written as text could then have been instead text-to-speech and spoken by the dealer character, which because that isn't the case, Hand of Fate 2 has, I think, even less unique dialogue between the dealer than you would have had in the first game. In favor of just random encounters that are less interesting. If you really love the tabletop gameplay of Hand of Fate 1, Hand of Fate 2 might be great, but you really have to love that, and then you have to put up with the janky fight mechanics, and you have to put up with the multiple random chance encounters that you can barely modify your chances on. There is a roulette wheel random chance. There's a pendulum swinging timing chance. There's a pick a card random chance. There's a dice roll chance. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's another chance that I haven't even seen yet, or something similar. There's a bunch of random encounters. It all just seems like too much. And at a certain level, if you're playing it on your Steam Deck and you're only playing a couple missions a month, it would probably be a great game. But if you're trying to play it like your average gamer who's going to play a game, which is to start playing it and get big into it, and then finish it and see the credits, it's going to be a rough ride. A lot of which is going to have items that want to upgrade based on doing certain actions over and over again, more than you are realistically ever going to do to unlock everything. You can definitely tell that too, in that I have like 22 out of 99 achievements, and I am somewhere around 19 or 20 hours into the game, roughly guessing. But yeah, that's pretty much all I've been doing, is playing a lot of that. I probably need to schedule some more things and get everything going. I am still playing Star Trek Lower Decks, wasting my time on that on my phone, and Tinka Fuma as an adult game I'm still playing, and Memento Mori I'm still playing for as little as you can actually play Memento Mori, since it's an automated game. I've gotten more and more distracted lately on side projects too. I think that's probably taken some of my extra time out. I had to upgrade my security cameras, and my security cameras connect to the Tuya Smart Life system somewhat. And if you just want to watch the cameras, having it all in one app, it works fine. But trying to program it to turn on light bulbs based on movement, A, they really say you can't do that, but B, I've figured out a way to get it to kind of work, although I don't really understand how it's working myself, which is saying something. But you know, it seems like there are three variables that if I check for all three variables in the same, they kind of interact in some weird way. One of which is just a motion detected variable that should be triggered based on any motion on any of the cameras. So somebody outside walking around, it should trigger the lights to come on. And yet somehow I figured out a way to somehow it's working where the lights only come on in the specific area where the light bulbs are, which that's surprising that works. But once I got that to work, and was surprised to even get that far, that presents a lot of problems. First of all, before you even try to do anything fancy like have motion detection, turning on a light, you really need to get a DVR or NVR for a security system down tight as far as having it just record motion. This one allows me to record like several seconds, 300 seconds I believe, before and after every trigger. But if you just have continuous video recording, which sounds great, you're going to fill up your hard drive, and more than just filling up your hard drive, you're going to wear out the hard drive also, but you're just going to make a mess of video footage if you ever need to go back and look at it. And that's really the name of the game, is when you are trying to take a step away from security pretense or security theater into actual security, what's the point of having a whole bunch of cameras capturing things with a whole bunch of different angles when the footage is just buried in several terabytes of video, which could be several months worth of content? So to avoid that, you ideally are going to want motion triggers to only record when there is actually motion detected in an area. On top of which, that means you want the motion triggers to actually trigger when there is some human or animal actually causing the motion, which means you need to exclude any place, particularly outside, where a tree is going to get blown by the wind, or an insect is going to fly in front of the camera. If you can exclude that, usually an insect flying in front of the camera can't be avoided. But yeah, a lot of my outside cameras are looking at shadows just as the sun moves and seeing the shadows move and thinking that's movement. My system really doesn't have any kind of good human detection, if it has any human detection at all. I don't think it has any. Human and pet detection definitely is what you would want if you're going to go fancy. So yeah, I spent a lot of time triggering or watching the footage to see when it is triggered by motion detection. One problem with the cheap system I have is that it's not showing where the movement is detected. So you have a grid of squares that you can say, look at this square, or don't look at this square. But you can't go back and look at the footage and see like a red box drawn around what they detect as human motion. That's fancier things that I would like to have, but I don't. I'm trying really hard here, and they are trying very hard to stop me. So yeah, a lot of moving around to adjust it, and I think I've gotten it pretty good, but I probably could tweak it even more, certainly. And in some places where I know it's going to be triggered for very often, I'm just telling it to record less footage. Instead of recording 300 seconds before and after, just record 30 seconds before and after, which is, I think, the default setup. It is very helpful to have before and after, though, just in case somebody walks in a room and the motion detection doesn't immediately react. But yep, in my hallways, The lights will go through windows and bounce on the walls, and so significant portions of some of the camera areas have just been excluded from looking for motion detection, because if you see motion on a wall, it's probably not a human crawling on a wall. It's more than likely a reflection of the sunlight. Which that gets back to the smart lights turning on when one camera notices the movement. That in itself, programming, the fact that I figured out how to program the scene and get it to work, wasn't hard. But what was difficult is the opposite. When the lights turn off. So the idea is you'd walk in a room, the lights should come on for a few minutes and then turn off. This would be an alternate to flipping the light switch on and just having all the lights in the room turn on because the light switch is flipped on, and staying on because the light switch is flipped on. This is just, oh, I'm going to be in a room for a few seconds or a few minutes. I don't want to flip everything on and off. Although there isn't really much of a difference there. Unless, of course, you can't reach the light switch. Or you're trying to use it for security to scare people by walking into a room. Or you want the lights to come on for a pet. There's probably a lot of scenarios, come to think of it. That worked perfectly fine. But the problem comes after the 2 minutes have passed, or whatever time you set, and you want the lights to turn off. Well, when you inherently turn the lights off in a room, that makes enough of a difference in the visuals to make it look like there's motion again. So, by default, it'll try to turn off the lights. The camera will say, oh, I see motion because the lights have now turned off and the image looks different. So I'm going to turn the lights back on. And then it just creates this infinite loop where it'll turn the lights on and then turn them back off, turn them off after a couple minutes, then turn them back on, then turn them off and turn them back on, regardless if there's a person in the room or not. And that is definitely not what you want. So what I had to do is make some extra programming to, and it's kind of difficult in Tuya. There isn't a lot of programming here. It's scripting at best, and not real programming. But I had to figure out a way to disable the scene that would cause the lights to turn on when motion is seen. Then wait a minute, or whatever amount of time you want to buffer there. A minute's good. And then re-enable the scene. But in Tuya Smart Life, you can't just disable something, wait a minute, and re-enable it, because you can't do the same base action more than once. And enable and disable are part of the same base action in the scene. It's really dumb. So what you then have to do is make not an automation program, but a tap to run program that will enable the motion light scene. So it's, we're about to turn off the lights, let's disable the motion detection, wait a minute, run this tap to run automation now to enable the motion light now that the lights are off, and it won't notice a difference. And that doesn't stop the motion detection from giving you an alert, but it will stop the lights from coming on. And I think that is another point to point out here, as I'm rambling about something that I imagine nobody is ever going to deal with. And I might as well mention the brand as a Tiger SCU, Amazon.com, Tuya in VR. You probably would want to spend more than I did, and probably not integrate with Tuya if you're gonna spend a lot of money on it. But what was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought there. probably for the better. You probably want a more powerful, a better NVR. They could, although it's doing H.255 plus, so it's compressing to a high level instead of H.254. But yeah. Oh, now I remember what I was going to say. There is, when it is integrated with Tuya, a lot of notifications you're going to get with motion detection. It's so many notifications really that it honestly doesn't make any sense at all that there would ever be a use for it unless you had cameras that were just in dark hallways that never saw the light of day or people. That would be about the only way I think that system it would work with the motion detection. So immediately you have to turn on a do not disturb in the Tuya app. Otherwise you will just get notifications every 5 minutes, like, of movement, even in a relatively empty house. You'll get a lot of notifications. And I just don't think that's what anybody would want, except for in some very rare cases. If you were a security guard and you were supposed to just be monitoring all movement in the building, which is asking quite a lot, or if you were, say, a paraplegic trapped in a bed and this was your way of seeing what was going on with the world, maybe that would make sense. But for the vast majority of people, it doesn't make sense. You can, of course, turn on motion detection only on a few cameras. Maybe that would make some sense at that point. If you did go that route then, however, that means you would have to either not use the other cameras at all, or have them continuously recording, which then gets back to wasting a lot of hard drive space. And this is a long rambling way, I think, to point out that I heavily suspect when you look up and see cameras at, say, a Walmart or a facility, anything short of where money is no option, no issue, I heavily suspect that a lot of those security cameras are dummy cameras. They're connected to DVRs that have their hard drives full, or that are broken, or don't have a hard drive in them in the first place. They may not be connected to DVRs at all, and they may just be being watched sometimes by security guards. Now, in some facilities, that's obviously not the case. If you're going to a classified NSA facility, I imagine every single camera there is working, and it's probably working on some kind of AI running face detection software. We know that big billion-dollar buildings in New York have single security offices that are running face detection software on people walking in and out of the building. But even in that case, that building probably only, the foyer in a $1 billion tower in New York probably doesn't have to have that many cameras. Each floor past the elevator bank really may have no cameras at all, or you'll have very few cameras in the hallways, and that's about it. But yeah, you need so much it costs so much to have all the equipment, to maintain all the equipment, to properly configure all the equipment, and have all the hard drives to support the equipment, that I just don't think a lot of cameras really are working and being maintained. But then you have no guarantees that they aren't being maintained either, and that may be more than enough of a threat to stop most criminal activity or bad behavior in general. Let's go toss this one. Which one do we want to destroy? Well, I guess I've also been watching Taskmaster in New Zealand, season 4. So that's been another thing I've been doing over the past couple days. Yeah, that was about 10 hours of footage. But I also have to point out I kind of am loving this new security system. It is nicer than the one I had before. And in fairness, I wouldn't have replaced the one I had before had it not broken. But it is definitely the kind of technology I would have preferred to wait to upgrade. And certainly I'm thinking about now just the kind of technologies I'd like to wait to upgrade quite a bit. I just realized that my 2080 video card does not have the capability of having resizable bar enabled, which is a feature that only started being accessible to the 3000 series of GTXs. So I might have some settings this incorrectly configured in my BIOS. One of these days I'll reset my computer and try and address that. But yeah, I'm thinking about a Steam Deck, but I'm probably not going to be able to afford one ever, unless I'm going to get a really cheap refurb, which may be my best bet and might be the best justification too. I'd really like to get the OLED, but if the difference is between paying $350 versus $550 for an OLED screen, that's not very justifiable unless they're going to throw in about $200 worth of Steam credit to buy games with. I probably am just going to... the Steam Summer Sale is starting March 14th, as far as I understand. I might be wrong about that date. I probably am just going to end up buying a bunch of EA games in particular that have just been released on Steam. Old EA games, but EA games nonetheless. I definitely could see myself buying things like the Talos Principle 2 and trying to find something that is a bit newer that I would be a little bit more hyped around playing. I saw, speaking of maker projects, which I would throw the Tuya Smart Security Camera CCTV in VR in that category. I'm really winning very well today. Good. Well, let's just try and run up the victories all the way to Diamond if we can. Heck, let's try to run it up to Master if we can. But yeah, I saw this project where somebody had hacked their standing desk to use a sensor built into their chair, so when they stood up from their chair to get a new cup of tea or something, the standing desk would automatically rise to the standing position. That way when you came back you would be more motivated to continue standing instead of just sitting down and wait, or pressing the button and waiting for your desk to rise. Now, if you have a standing desk with a memory function, obviously you could stand up, press the button on the memory function to raise your desk, and then walk away and go get your tea, and it would be in the right position when you come back. But it wouldn't be as automated. And what's interesting is that there really aren't a lot of smart sensors as far as pressure sensors or force sensors. Technically they are called force sensors by TUIA. But what he got was a sensor that you would have in a car. Newer cars, they have these sensors in the cushions to tell if somebody of a certain weight is sitting in the car seat, and if someone is sitting in the car seat, it will then deploy an airbag if they're over a certain weight, and if someone's sitting in there and they're under a certain weight or no one's sitting there, it won't deploy an airbag. This is to prevent babies who should be in the back seat anyways from getting catapulted or crushed by airbags. So it's a really cheap, like $5 mechanism, and you just run voltage through it and then you read the resistance. Although weirdly it seems like it has a maximum voltage of 50 volts, which I can't imagine the 12 volts of a car ever is getting turned up to 50 volts just for a seat sensor. So I imagine 50 volts is just the maximum voltage it can handle, and it can work since you're just measuring resistance and much lower things. He was connecting it to an ESP32, which would be running either at 5 or 3.3 volts. So almost certainly there's a way to do it if you can measure volt resistance again with your ESP32. That would require connecting it to the correct pins, because I imagine some pins can't do that. But it's an interesting idea. Of course, I want everything to be in the TUIA Smart Life interface, and he was using ESP Home, which at some point in the future I might do ESP Home, but at the moment I'm not willing to spend the energy to learn ESP Home. So I would probably want to buy a pre-made device, something like a water leak sensor or a glass break sensor, and then just wire the seat cushion sensor to it. So I need to find something that's probably, with maybe adding just a resistor, would work with an open close door sensor, I imagine, or open close vibrate window sensor might work. This works now. Three and one. Are we gonna get a one-turn kill? I'm not sure about that. Let's see. This is a lot, but it's not the wrong thing to do. Okay. One turn kill. So, do I have anything else to ramble about? I really need to rethink this pre-show. I have to admit. Like, when I see the average view time is like a minute at 30 on a good video, that's an issue, certainly. And I'm certainly not helping it, well, 5 rewards, by just rambling about stuff that I imagine most people have no idea what I'm talking about or don't care about it. But I do need this warm-up segment, so yeah. I don't know how to work with that better. But in fairness also, if people on average are only listening to me for a minute and 30, they are only logging in for half of a sentence, really. Maybe 2 or 3 sentences at most of what I'm talking about before they are turning off. So that does not feel like, to me, somebody is trying to follow along what I'm talking about as much as they are either seeing I'm not having a face cam, I'm not playing Yu-Gi-Oh! In the way they want me to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Or, which, if that's the case, I have no idea what that would mean. Or they just don't like the sound of my voice, which in fairness, okay, most people don't like the sound of their own voice. I am no different there. Yep. But also, the substance of what I'm saying should be considered more. And that's true for all people, as we should all consider other people's substance of what they're saying. Yeah. I doubt I would start a new project though with a seat sensor. If I am going to start one, it's going to be very, very quickly. In and out. I haven't really put any thought towards going back to working on my smart on-air sign. I've just got so many distractions that are looming, even if they don't actually appear, and just a lack of motivation to deal with that frustration of programming. I'm still watching a lot of cracking the cryptic videos and Sudoku, and that's another thing that is distracting me lately. There's a lot of those videos to watch. I get about halfway through one, I will say, though. And a lot of them I lose interest, or I lose the plot and just am not following along. A lot of times I'm watching them when I'm half asleep, and so they are just making me fall asleep more without actually following along. And it's definitely a case where there's no comparison to make if you're watching Cracking the Cryptic and yourself, because the two people that make the videos on Cracking the Cryptic are like some of the best Sudoku and puzzle solvers in general on the planet, and as such they are going to solve things way easier than any average person would. Plus, I watch videos at double the speed, so they are taking twice as long to solve some of these puzzles than what I'm actually watching it at. I still feel like I really could, if I had the funding, if I had the time, if I had the commitment, I could make a rogue Sudoku game where it's Sudoku with a roguelike gameplay to it, or roguelite gameplay to it, probably a little bit of both. Let's see. Guess we're going to leave it at that. The weird thing about some of the Paper Mario 1000 Year Door games and such that they've announced, and we'll talk about it when we get into the big news, is just how much that whole process would take as far as playing those games. It's just a big commitment. I'm a little surprised that even like the Final Fantasy VII remakes are working, or the Persona remakes are working. I see Pretzel Zetzel Zul. Just so I know, because I'm not clear on what the rules are. What does game challenges mean in this sense? Which, first of all, I would have to say Pretzel Zil. You win an award, pat yourself on the back for actually reading the chat decorum. You would be surprised how many people don't read the chat decorum and then immediately violate one of the decorums. In their first post. Pretzels, that's also posted. Also, that's just listing everything your average YouTube chatter does. I will not argue that. That is true. My channel's a little different. The kind of content I make is a little different, and how I want to do my live streams is definitely rather different. I'm not trying to have a typical stream or Twitch type stream where you're interacting with the chat back and forth non-stop in some fairly inane and incessant ways, is how I would describe them. Game challenges, to answer your question, are when people come on to the chat and say, want to duel me? Hey, want to duel? I challenge you, let's duel. Particularly, this is a rule that is in a major part because of the way Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel works, in that it is just a hassle to make a friend and do a friend challenge, and then none of the daily quests get accomplished by that. Every time I have previously allowed people to challenge me, they want to show off a deck, and then they either don't play their deck particularly well, or they get defeated by me very quickly, or you even get one good game and then they just want to push it to the next game and the next game. These streams, once we start going through the news and all, end up being 3 and 4 hours. It just is going to add way too much extra time to play people on Yu-Gi-Oh! So specifically, the rule for game challenges has just been, yeah, I don't want to friend and play people on Yu-Gi-Oh! At some point, maybe if Yu-Gi-Oh! Improves its systems, that rule would go away. Now, inherently, when people hear that rule, if they do hear that rule, they then ignore that rule and then get upset personally, like they are being targeted, and want to challenge me anyways, and they try to give some kind of excuse or explanation as to why they should be the exception to the rule, which almost every person tries to make that same argument to no avail. And most of the time I'll just ignore people that say, hey, wanna duel? Pretzel Zell says that is fair. Well, thank you for giving me some support there, because the vast majority of people get irate or just don't respond at all. It's phrased game challenges because, in part, because I had ChatGPT write up the chat decorum after giving him a list of even less correctly worded things. But in part, also it's worded that way because I told ChatGPT to not encourage people to ask me to play a completely different game, which was the other thing, certainly, that I've seen happen, is that people will come into the chat and you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and then all of a sudden they're saying, why don't you play this other game? Either it's a game you've never played before in your life, or it's say, Hearthstone or Magic the Gathering Arena, which I have played those games before, but I'm not going to go back and exit out of one game and swap to another. I honestly just don't get the backseat driving mentality that you see in a lot of people, a lot of chatters, where they seem to completely not understand that a stream, to be successful, is got to be appealing to hundreds if not thousands of people. So two people just playing back and forth really can't be the focus, and yet that's how I think a lot of small unsuccessful Twitch streamers do it, is that they get one or two people in the chat and then they're just trying to keep those, well, actually 3 people is the exact number on Twitch, trying to keep those 3 people happy so they keep on watching at the same time, so that you can get into the Twitch partner program by having an average of 3 concurrent viewers at the same time. It's just not scalable, though, either on Twitch or YouTube. There's just no way, if I had 100 people watching and even 20 wanted to play. Yeah, if 20 people wanted to play and I tried to make like a line or a queue of 20 players and I was just cycling between them, even that would be very unattainable. Okay, let me read what Zetzel here says. Okay, that one is stupid. If someone is doing one thing, telling them to do something completely unrelated, if they wanted to do that, why wouldn't they just watch a stream of that game? Yeah, I agree. It is shocking, the kind of people, and they may be trolls. That's the problem with the internet. At any point, somebody could just be trolling and intentionally suggesting something dumb. It certainly happens. You have people that are concerned trolls and pretend like they're being nice and concerned about you, and then really they're just trying to drag you along into a conversation to just waste people's time. Yeah, but yeah, I actually had a lot of people that would hop into the chat and they would want me to play a completely different card game or a completely different game, enough that it popped up in my mind and became an irritant. And obviously the chat decorum is just me reacting to the irritating posts, and so I've actually actively chosen to proactively tell people don't even bother to post in my chat if you're going to post something that is just going to irritate me. Whereas if I was a smart YouTube content creator, I would try to get all the trolls to do some kind of hype train on my chat and just post all kinds of nonsense. You also see once people even get slightly successful in chat, they immediately have to go to the super chat and it's just like, pay me money or I won't pay any attention to you, because the chat starts scrolling like crazy and you just can't read it all. And the only way you can kind of do that is if you're having someone else read your chat for you. Pretzel Zetzel says YouTube promotes having more viewers, as getting monetized is required to have a good few thousand hours of watch time. I'll throw out the full information there. Yet Pretzel Zetzel is correct. You need over 1,000 viewers. I have somewhere around 768. And maybe the exact number as far as subscribers. Subscribers, people willing to click the subscribe button to your channel that is mostly ignored by YouTube and pointless, because you can subscribe for some notifications or all notifications, and by default you only get some notifications, which is then just the YouTube algorithm again deciding what you look at. And very often you'll be subscribed to people and get no notifications on their new videos. So yes, you need 1,000 subscribers. Overall, the algorithm wants viewers, yes, and you need over 4,000 watch hours in a certain period of time. Yeah, which I have roughly about 1,000 watch hours in the, I think it's 90 days. Yeah, let me look it up on the YouTube Studio app on my phone, because I can just look total numbers up here. So yeah, to get monetized, at one point I was in the monetization program and made very little money off of it, maybe like $100 over a year. It would be nice, certainly, but I would need a snowball effect to happen, and you really only need a couple of really successful videos to do that. They do have this lower tier now where you can get 3,000 public watch hours over the last 365 days, and that lets you do things like super chats and things like that, but it doesn't let you actually run ads. But the real monetization program is you need 1,000 subscribers. I have 768, I was right on the number, and you need 4,000 public watch hours in the last 365 days. I have 1,261. Or you can have 12,000 public shorts views. No, you have to have 10 million, which is a ridiculously insane amount of public shorts views in the last 90 days, which means almost nobody is ever going to get monetized using YouTube Shorts. I have 12,000 public shorts views. My shorts are very weird and different and really not involving any real input for me. It's pretty much automatically created content. So yeah, I would like to get monetized, but I also don't think I'm ever gonna, unless there's just a snowball effect there. I don't think I'd ever get to the point where I'm paying bills on being monetized on YouTube. It'd be nice, certainly, but I missed some tricks here. I definitely missed some tricks there. Pretz, he says in a chat here, just call me Pretz, it's what everyone calls me, so you don't gotta pronounce 20 syllables. I was kind of enjoying pronouncing it, but alright, I'll go to Pretz. And he says, sorry for all the typos going on over here. You don't have to be too worried about that from my opinion. I'm able to understand what you're typing perfectly fine, so if you're missing a few letters here and there. I'm not even really recognizing it. I do have like 10 years and I think close to 12,000 videos of old footage on my channel. So there is a possibility that with monetization and a snowball effect, I could at some point start to get more consistent and bigger amounts of income. But yeah, YouTube's basically a scam around exploiting a lot of people who want to be celebrities and want to be successful, and been paying out only very small people. Yeah. I'm in a weird situation at the moment, though, where I really can't do anything else, so it makes sense to just keep me busy to make this YouTube content, and as long as my channel doesn't get deleted yet again, which YouTube seems to love to do, and then I have to complain about it on Twitter to get it undeleted. I was hoping that my channel would serve as a kind of lasting reminder, piece of history, and I was hoping that my pre-recorded footage of video game criticism I was hoping that that would find an audience and get more views in a more evergreen fashion. Pret says Malith has figured it out. He's making shorts to either talk about what he's interested in or promoting what he gets up to on the stream. I don't know how I would personally talk about anything I'm interested in for a minute. Like that seems like that would be a lot of editing on my part and leaving out a lot of context. I am obviously long-winded, to say the least, and I will talk about the subject for at least 20 minutes straight. And I do think shorts, as a concept, just competing against TikTok and being limited to a minute, isn't really good for the format. And I don't really watch a lot of other people's shorts. And I'm really just not the target audience. But yeah, my YouTube shorts are just automated showing off of games that have come out on Steam, and so it's a way of advertising new games to people and saying, hey, here's a small level of curation I've done based on my own personal opinions of games that look like they might be good enough to keep to look at and potentially put on a fall list or put on a wish list. While eliminating a lot of the absolute garbage games on Steam. Pretzel says, yes, I don't believe YouTube should be a job excluding very specific cases, but a hobby. Well, it should be a job if anything should be a job. I'm not going to get into an economics rant, although I almost always do, about universal basic income, but if you're living in the United States or in a capitalistic country and you're doing something that Google is making money off of, which they are, like they cook the books to say they aren't making money, but obviously they haven't shut down YouTube, and they would have if they weren't finding some value in it. So if somebody's finding value in your creation, you probably should be paid for it. Artists in general, whether they're creating just video game criticisms on my part or doing something more creative and artistic, should be rewarded for their creation by at least esteem from society. But in a capitalist society, you cannot live on esteem alone, so yeah. I think YouTube should be paying a lot more people for making content, or it should be drawing a line and saying that certain people are only allowed to post videos because those are the only people that we're going to actually pay. It probably would have been kinder if YouTube had a rule from day one that said you get 6 months, you get a year to put content on our service for free, and we'll promote it, and if you don't succeed in that first 6 months, then we're gonna just ban you and say no more content. But yeah, I'm a firm believer of, I think the solution really to economics is just going to have to be everybody gets universal basic income, good boy points for not overthrowing your current government or causing an insurrection or committing a crime. And it is an interesting argument, even if UBI should be taken away from people who do commit crimes or not. But yeah, once we detach, if we could create a system that detached the need to have money to meet your basic needs, I, at that point, would be alright with YouTube being the way it is now, which is to say anybody can post anything they want to post that is artistic and creative, and then the rest of society can enjoy that artistic creation. But yeah, money, money corrupts everything as far as artistic creations, and I'm a video game critic, so I'm not doing anything that is particularly that creative. Alright, so Pret says, hey, I'll just randomly say that the game audio is way louder than you are. Is it? Okay, let me see if I can adjust that. I never get any feedback on this, and I'm always worried about that. Okay, so I have that as a filter at -5 decibels. Let me type in. Okay. No, that's just exactly what I need. How's that? That's -15 decibels. This is exactly the kind of feedback I need. In part, some of it is that I'm trying to hear the game audio myself. In part, it's just that my setup with a Blue Yeti and OBS, the way I've set everything up, is weird. And I'm using Voicemeeter Banana, and with the newest versions of OBS, you probably don't need to use Voicemeeter Banana anymore. But yeah, the audio gets glitchy and gets out of whack. Pret says, I'm just struggling to hear everything. Okay, this is a lot better. Alright, thank you for the feedback. That is absolutely what I need help with. So, let me ask this question now. Do I want to listen to the audio at that point, or no, if I turn that up, that would just undo everything, wouldn't it? Yeah. I have some very weird setups in particular. Like one of the things from my pre-recorded footage that I had set up is I have a little ding that plays only in my ear at 22 minutes and 44 minutes, so I can make episodes that are around the amount of time it would an average TV episode would be. And I hope, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm 99% sure it's not playing into the actual recording. But yeah, there's a lot of weird things I've done with OBS, which has let me do a lot of weird things in OBS, certainly a lot of interesting and experimental and new things. One of which certainly is the web peak, as we go and start talking about the big news. Here we have, with my web peak setup, looking at Firefox news articles with a couple of banners of video game news at the top, and then at the top right a look at Yu-Gi-Oh! If I was still playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Although in this case that's not going to really show anything. There is a application called Desktop Ticker that uses RSS feeds to get the tickers at the top to work, and the rest of that is OBS. So let's cover the news now. Xbox's Sea of Thieves has topped PlayStation 5's digital pre-order charts. Microsoft's decision to make the game multi-format may literally pay off. This is from Video Games Chronicle, so it's probably not that big of a news, but it may be the beginning of a trend, certainly, in that we are going to have more narrative played out as far as Xbox going more multi-platform and it working out very well, and we just see less exclusives overall. If the audio has been this bad, that probably explains why my watch time is so bad too, if people can't understand what I'm saying or hear me. Also, I know my voice is a little deep and maybe a little nasally, a little whiny sometimes. Sometimes I'm slumped over, I'm sitting in a reclining chair that doesn't have me sitting as upright or giving me as much back support as I would like to. But yeah, feedback is really worth its gold for new content creators. The next story we have is from GameDeveloper.com. Battlefield creative director Craig Morrison has quietly departed EA for a new studio. Morrison's time at DICE as creative director was incredibly brief, and he didn't have a new Battlefield to call his own before he left. Battlefield in itself is a troubled series, it feels like at this point, in that there just hasn't been any major success lately, or any real major enthusiasm even for Battlefield lately. The former Activision boss, Bobby Kotick, which I guess he is now officially out of Activision, is reportedly interested in buying TikTok. He is said to have floated the idea to potential partners, including OpenAI's Sam Altman. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if something like this happened. The one thing that I always thought Bobby Kotick had that was going good for him versus all the bad things, like almost everybody knows all the bad things around Bobby Kotick. The one thing I would say he had good going for him is that he really felt like a CEO's CEO. In that he is rubbing elbows and sitting on boards with a lot of other celebrities. Not celebrities, a lot of other CEOs, a lot of other rich, powerful people. And I think he had some decent connections even in the political arena. But yeah. We will see if maybe he is influential enough to potentially buy TikTok, since it seems like that the United States government is going to try and force TikTok to sell to an American company, which we'll see how well that really works. There is definitely going to be a lot of weirdness around that if it happens. And certainly it is also just kind of stupidity in that the TikTok social media site is getting all of these limitations and rules and regulations put on them, but none of the United States companies are. It feels like it's just corporate protectionism happening here instead of a genuine interest in protecting the youth or society as a whole from being overly influenced by a social media site like TikTok. There really probably should be some rules and regulations for every site: TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. Every kind of site that's even slightly big should have some stricter regulations, but then that is just going to very quickly become censorship. So it's kind of hard to have real regulations there. So I don't know if there really is a good solution. Pretzel says, I think personally it's going to make things a little harder. You're splitting your content into two separate genres, and people may be interested in Yu-Gi-Oh! But not general news like myself. That may be the reason for the watch time. Couldn't you split the stream into full game streams and or news streams? Having a random cut-in isn't, in my opinion, going to help with it. To answer the second part, could I split my streams into two things? Yes, I could, but there are limitations on that. You only get 3 notifications to your subscribers per day. And I already have a lot of pre-recorded footage and shorts. Shorts are kind of excluded from this rule. So you only get so many opportunities to tell people, hey, you're going live, check out this video, or hey, a new premiered pre-recorded video is going live, check out this video, or hey, a new short is happening. So yes, if it were more like a TV channel where you would just have different things at different hours and you could run as many announcements / commercials for upcoming content, you could break things up. But YouTube makes that difficult. Plus, it is just also fairly difficult in general. There's no easy button to press to stop a stream, stop the recording, change all the information on the label and the description, the title, everything on YouTube. Yes, I do think Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and Video Game News is a stupid title, and it's weird, certainly. I definitely think of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel as the pre-show, the warm-up. That is certainly how I look at it, and the Video Game News is the actual meat and potatoes. And I'm doing a lot of the video game Yu-Gi-Oh! To try and warm myself up and wake myself up. Often I just woke up when I start streaming and I'm just half asleep. Now, do I think that's part of the watch time? If my watch time was averaging an hour, you'd be dead on. But when my watch time has been up until this point only averaging 30 seconds to a minute, I think it's probably the audio issue that you already helped me with more. But, you know, it might be. There are occasional times where people want to see the Yu-Gi-Oh! Stuff, and I will tell them to just rewind the live stream and go back to the first hour and watch it. But yeah, it's just too much of a hassle to break it up. I wish it was less of a hassle. There's a lot of things that are hassles on YouTube. And YouTube is actively not trying to make it easy for content creators to make content. They want it to be somewhat of a hassle so people can't make too much content. And then Pretzel asks, isn't this why people have separate channels? Successful people with successful channels can have separate channels to do that. I don't think it benefits small people who have yet to succeed to break up their channels. Again, it would just be a hassle. particularly in OBS, there isn't a great way. I'd have to program my own setup to stop a stream, switch all the account information internally in OBS to a different channel, and then start another stream. But yes, I do think that if I was super successful, I probably would have a news channel and a Yu-Gi-Oh! Specific channel, and or at least I'd have a 1 and a 2 channel to split things up. The overlap, and you didn't see it much today though, is very often I will be playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And talking about the news at the same time and multitasking. And so that's where it merges in a weird way, because I definitely wouldn't be very happy if I was just spending an hour talking about playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And not really talking about anything of importance. And then I was adding another hour into the stream talking about news. There usually is some overlap here. Instead, today I kind of rambled in the other way. Yeah, I wish there was a better system, certainly, but I've yet to find it. Like, I'm very open to making a lot of changes, or at least I feel like I'm very open. Maybe I'm not really that open, but I think I would be open to trying different things if I could think of different things, if YouTube can make it easy. Inherently though, to accomplish anything, you have to spend so much energy on it, and I just don't want to spend a lot of energy on a lot of these projects. I just want to play video games and give my opinions about it. That's where my specialty lies. I don't want to have to make thumbnails. That's another thing that I have no artistic skill at all for, and so I'm eagerly looking forward to a point where I could potentially use some kind of AI generation to make thumbnails based on my videos that would look nice and be easy to spit out things, although there's a copyright issue there. Yeah, I don't think let's see. You don't have to tab out though. You can just mention it as a new conversation topic. I tend to do that somewhat, not completely. I tend to talk about an article here and then come back to the game when I am playing. But since I'm just not playing at all, it does make sense to me to mention it. And I am working on having some level of chapters, and one of the things about the chapters is going to try to put chapters in the description so people know when I really stop playing Yu-Gi-Oh! That is something I've been working on in the past few weeks to little success. Yeah. Anyways, it'll be interesting to see if Bobby Kotick takes over TikTok or buys TikTok, but he's pretty much out of the video game industry, so he's not really video gamers problem anymore until he acquires some other company, which it would be much more devastating, I think, to a lot of people if Bobby Kotick bought, say, Gearbox or another company from Embracer Group, or became the new person in charge of Sony or the new person in charge of Microsoft. Those would all be very irritating to reveal things. Irritating turns of events if they happened. Gamatsu says the game Sakuna of Rice and Ruin anime has been announced, which this is a game that got promoted by the developers quite a bit, but I don't feel like it ever really gained any Western attention. But clearly it seems to have enough promotion behind it, or enough fandom behind it, that they're willing to go in a kind of awkward direction here from video game to anime. You almost never see it go in that direction. You'll see manga you'll see manga and light novels get turned into anime, and then anime often turned into video games. But you almost never see video games. Pretzel says, I'm going to be off. It's rather late where I am. See you. Thank you for chatting, Pretzel. Thanks for all your support and conversation. Yep. A lot of people, the time I streams are incredibly inconsistent too for a lot of people. I know that's another issue. I can never consistently stream at the same times because I have like insomnia, and even when I do consistently stream at the same time, it usually is at the wrong time for my general audience. Well, with Pretz leaving, this is a great opportunity for me to ruin my footage even more by taking a bathroom break. So I'm going to pause the recording and take a short break, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So, yeah. The Video Games Chronicle says the former Xbox boss believes serious questions are being asked about the future of consoles. I think it's a real serious question that's being asked if I'm sure in Tokyo in Redmond, which, boy, is that a headline that does not explain itself well enough. Yeah, I assume the point here is you have Peter Moore being asked something or just shooting his mouth off in general, and then saying serious questions, meaning that there are probably some serious questions around should consoles continue to be made, should consoles continue to be made at such highly expensive level of components, or is the future of consoles really probably PCs and Steam Decks? Yeah, we are seeing Sony with more of a PC strategy. We're seeing Microsoft with more games on Steam. The Nintendo Switch is in really a generation or two behind what the Xbox Series X and the PlayStation 5 are. But then the Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5 are incredibly expensive, and games that consoles that are seemingly going to have less console exclusives and system sellers going forward. There are still some hassles around Windows. Like, every time I see a stutter or stagger on my computer, I wonder if it's not a case that my computer is broken or going to break or misconfigured, and I feel a lot of like self-blaming that could happen there. Whereas if I had a PlayStation 5 and I saw a stutter or stagger, I can easily say that's the PlayStation 5's fault. That's not me. I haven't modded or changed the PlayStation 5 in any way. I can't take any blame there. And I imagine you are still seeing stuttering and staggering that happens occasionally, micro stuttering around consoles. And certainly if I'm playing anything on the Switch and it looks bad, or it's low frame rate or something, I can easily blame that on the Switch's hardware. But yeah, I am very much in the case where I want to get a Steam Deck to just play around with it, just to have a second computer. And for the price of a Steam Deck, you could get a pretty decent video card for a computer, but you can't get a full computer at the price of a Steam Deck, not a good gaming computer. And for the price of a Steam Deck, you are getting a portable PC-like device, Windows-like device, compared to the consoles that don't have a monitor and aren't portable. Plus, noticeably, nobody has made the argument that a Steam Deck's hardware is just significantly inferior than a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox Series X. And that's one thing that I think consoles could have made an argument with if it were actually true. And there probably are some elements that you could compare, like the amount of RAM in an Xbox Series X to the amount of RAM in the Steam Deck, and maybe the Xbox Series X would come out on top on that. But nobody has tried to make that argument at all. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, and this is really just speculation based on a headline, if we do see a major de-emphasis on a console that is just plugged into a TV. TVs themselves have become commoditized and pretty cheap and low quality, and yet we're still not getting to a point where people are getting 85, 90, 100 inch TVs because they're so cheap. People are still staying around just inexpensive 65 inch TVs or smaller, which just means your console isn't really pushing anything special there by not having a monitor built in. And notably, if you were pushing the resolution higher on consoles, if they were doing 4K, you have to have a fairly large screen to do 4K, or you have to have a screen that is very close to your face, like a computer monitor. I wouldn't be surprised if the next generation of consoles from Sony and PlayStation are fairly different from what we're seeing here. I'm half expecting even the Nintendo next console to be something different. Nintendo is in a unique position where they could try and play catch up and make something like a PlayStation 5 that is just plugging into TVs, before they too might need to make something that is closer to a Steam Deck. Nintendo very likely will skip that middle step though and just try and make a new Nintendo Switch that feels a lot like a Steam Deck. The Steam Deck, in my mind, very much has become the measuring stick by which all other consoles are being compared, even if the Steam Deck itself isn't as powerful as a PS5 or an Xbox Series X. But yeah, this is not much of a headline really meaning anything. And we see this from video game journalism quite a bit, where somebody's just mentioning somebody who maybe was popular and important at one point. I mean, he's a former Xbox, Sega, and EA executive. He's not any of those things at the moment. So this would be the equivalent of Reggie Fils-Aimé speculating wildly. Let's see. There was a demo for the adult game, and by adult I mean a game that's probably going to be rated M for mature, but is very much targeting adults. Stellar Blade. It appeared quickly and then was pulled from the PlayStation Store. I saw someone make a Twitter video on it, and it seems like it is a beginning sequence where this lady is being pulled out of a pod, and she is in a nearly non-existent skin-tight suit that is even less clothes than the green skin-tight suit she's wearing here. This lady is pulling her out of a pod. Let's see if we got the full video. I guess we didn't. See if one of these was it. Nope. So yeah, frankly, there was so much skin showing. I probably shouldn't even show it on YouTube for fear of a community guideline strike. It does make me think that Stellar Blade may be a game that pushes the boundaries more than what YouTube or Twitch would allow. we shall see when it comes out. But yeah, we also need games to push the boundaries, because the boundaries, frankly, have not been pushed enough, often enough, or in enough different directions. Speaking of pushing boundaries, there was a story I saw where Steam pulled the game from releasing because it was a Western anime style visual novel. It was a Western animator, but it was in the anime style, moe, kawaii styles of a visual novel, and one of the characters was drawn in a quote-unquote petite style. So she was smaller, shorter, you know. And so Steam saw that as her appearing underage, and or at least that's the assumption, and pulled the game. So this is an interesting twist on this story that we've heard many, many times before, in that it was a Western company getting singled out, despite all the other garbage games and uncurated games that are allowed on Steam. Yeah, Steam is still very flip-floppy there. It still feels like there's at least one employee with some amount of power that has a bone to pick against the animated visual novel games in particular. But yeah, it doesn't feel like it was even that big of a story this time, so it feels like every time this happens, it gets discussed about less and less, and most mainstream video game journalism refuses to mention it happening at all. So it's not only that there's a level of censorship happening on the private company of Steam and Valve, but the third column, isn't that what the journalists call themselves? We're supposed to be the third column of democracy and freedom, are failing to do their job and report when censorship happens, and instead are being incredibly complicit in censoring news about the censorship, which that's a problem. Moving on, Gamatsu says Luigi's Mansion 2 HD launches June 27th. I've never played Luigi's Mansion 2. I did play 3. I don't know if Luigi's Mansion 2 is actually good. And I think this is the one that they were selling as New Moon. Yeah, it was also known as Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon in North America. So, yeah. I don't think Luigi's Mansion 2 did as well as the first game. But I guess that probably means at this point, though, you can play all of the Luigi's Mansion games on Switch. There are several games that if money was no object, I would buy on the Switch, but then it's not even a money thing, it's a time thing. Since I can't make YouTube footage on Nintendo stuff for fear of Content ID copyright claims, and we know Nintendo is going crazy around protecting their copyright, going after emulators in particular. There's just no good way that I would be able to criticize these games. I could make a video talking about the game using no footage whatsoever, but it wouldn't be very interesting. And that's why I think for the most part you've seen less and less successful people cover Nintendo content. Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door for Switch launches May 23rd. This is another game I've never played, and I would like to play this game. In this case, it is also a time management thing. I know it would take a really long time, and I would frankly kind of want to play Paper Mario before Paper Mario: Thousand Year Door a second time. I've played Paper Mario when it first came out, but that was a long time ago. And then Nintendo and Illumination announced a new Super Mario Bros. Animated film, which there really shouldn't have been any surprise there. The thing, I guess, to take from all of that is that's pretty much all that was announced for Mario Day. We can look in the background here and see a bunch of Lego things. Here you have a Lego piano and a Lego Bowser, which they're missing the base here for the Lego Bowser set. And then several other Illumination toys. And then you have a Mario cube here. So this feels like this is probably a staged background. And I don't think there's really any big hint to take from any of this, from what is in the background. I was kind of expecting more, though, from Mario Day. So Cyan, to my understanding, is a company that is run by one male brother now. Originally it was run by, I think, 2 male brothers. So I'm very confused as to why on March 10th it was the final day to buy Myst as 40% off as part of the Women's Day sale. Like, in celebration of Women's Day sale on Steam. Yeah. Because while there are several women who do work at Cyan Worlds, it definitely wasn't founded or run by women originally. It is Myst as a puzzle game, and that probably appeals a little bit more to lady gamers. But yeah, it does highlight a problem, certainly, if you're trying to be an ally as a company, and by being an ally of a company, you're running a Women's Day sale to send out the message, which is pretty disgusting, that celebrate you're a woman by spending money and giving money to corporations. Like, engage in capitalism to celebrate you're a woman. It's a pretty disgusting thing, and that's true for any sale. Columbus Day sale. Christmas gets that complaint more than most. Certainly is engage in the joyous spirit of Christmas by engaging in capitalism and buying presents for people, and often going in debt buying presents. But even if you ignore that, being a company that wants to be an ally and wants to list their game on sale, and then not actually having women run your company, or even play that significant of a role. See, I would have to scroll back, I think, quite far before I saw a picture of any of the people. But yeah, Rand Miller is, I believe, the guy in charge of Cyan. I think the other brother is still maybe a little involved, but not really as much involved in the day-to-day. He may not be involved at all. And the Myst series in particular is definitely not women-centric. There is a woman who is kidnapped and thrown in a cage in Riven, the sequel game. There is a daughter who is kidnapped in the 4th game. And then there is a daughter who shows up briefly in the 5th game at the beginning and the ends, and that's pretty much it. But yeah, there's no significant female presence in the Myst series. For the most part, there aren't too many characters in the Myst series in the first place. The first game is 2 brothers and a father. The second game is an exile male character, and the father maybe shows up a little bit. I don't think he actually does. Third game, the wife and the father of the daughter show up for a brief second and disappear. Yeah. Yeah, when you really start to think about it, it is actually an incredibly terrible representation of female in the Myth series, with the exception in part of Uru and the daughter in the fifth game. And even there, she's not depicted particularly great. In fairness, I am going to have to stop scrolling down at this point. I'm just going to waste way too much time. In fairness, the Myth series is an older game series, so it was made in a time of absolute randomness. Well, it was made in a time of absolute sexism that was commonplace amongst video games, and video games were thought to only be for men and boys. But yeah, there's a longer rant here that I want to point out as far as Women's Day was concerned, and as far as these companies trying to highlight that they are good allies to women, in that there's a lot of people who put out those kinds of posts and then put out pictures of fictional 3D CGI video game women, Lara Croft type characters. I think Lara Croft was one of them, and it is a pointless endeavor, certainly, to celebrate fictional people, either in part because you don't care to celebrate real people who actually do work in your company who happen to be female, or because there are no females working in your company. It is ridiculous. Video Games Chronicle says 3 more Game Boy game titles are coming to Switch online next week: Dr. Mario, Mario Golf, and Mario Tennis. So they did seem like they lined up all of the Mario games to come out at the same time for Mario Day, which again makes me think that the online service by this time next year will be an afterthought, and there will be no real desire or effort to put out any more games online. They're running out of games. A former PlayStation boss, Layden, apparently, who left in 2019 after 32 years with the company, says exclusivity will always be important. Again, this is a great example from Video Games Chronicle of just seeking out a headline or a comment from somebody who just doesn't know anything. 2019, that was 5 years ago. Meanwhile, all the evidence we're seeing seems to show that PlayStation is getting rid of its second-party developers and laying off people in favor of more third-party non-exclusives, and they're going more PC. And Sony themselves have said that they've been talking about having more of a PC strategy instead of being exclusive. So unless you're extremely narrowly dividing exclusives down to console exclusives, I can't immediately agree with this speculation, which is about all I can call it. There probably will still be console exclusives unless we just see something really change. I could see Microsoft making a Steam Deck and giving up on consoles that plug into TVs, and then all of a sudden you have a weird three-way battle on 3 different fronts happening, where the Nintendo Switch 2, or whatever they call it, is kind of battling, but not really, with a Microsoft Xbox Steam Deck, which is then battling also with a PC Steam Deck, which is then not really comparing at all to a PlayStation 5. And so you would have, like in Japan, Nintendo and Sony battling it out for the Japanese audience. And then in the United States, you would have people either who had already bought a PS5 sticking with a PS5, or going with the cheap option for Nintendo to play Nintendo games, or going with the expensive option to play with an Xbox deck, Steam Deck equivalent. And at that point, if you had a console exclusive on the Switch, it would be a inferior game compared to an eventual release or port to an Xbox Steam Deck or a PlayStation 5. If you have a console exclusive for a PS5, it would be a uniquely different experience than playing on a Nintendo Switch or an Xbox Steam Deck. So yeah, if nobody really is competing head on in that kind of lineup, then exclusives would stop having any value. Console exclusives would have little value at that point. But if everything stays the same, I think Sony is always going to believe that they'll want to have a few exclusives. And the few exclusives may very well be Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which we know is a console exclusive. It may be something that probably wouldn't even sell that well in the West on an Xbox. So having it as a console exclusive for a Japanese company, PlayStation, makes a lot of sense. YouTube creators still being kind of crazy here. They're tweeting up a storm here. Let's see, sending love and inspiration to everyone working on their next big project. That's not terrible, although it's just kind of uninformative and unhelpful information. Be honest, how many vids did you watch last week? Tism, your link for your fave products on YouTube shopping, add to cart. And then check in on your fellow creator friends today. And then self-care break. This one really caught me from the 9th. Drop a short that always makes you giggle. So yeah, YouTube creators on Twitter doing still pretty pathetically. Now I have heard people talking more and more around the idea that Twitter is kind of dying and you're just seeing less and less engagement overall. But YouTube channels always seem to be particularly unfollowed, unliked, unretweeted. Yeah, I don't know where people really went though. Like, if Twitter is kind of falling apart, it probably means that the audience that left Twitter has now split to too many different locations. I did sign up for that Blue Sky website and I've never gone back to look at it. Blue Sky might be a thing in the future, but I probably won't spend any energy trying to figure out how to even use Blue Sky until it becomes super popular. And that's probably true for any new service, whether it's a federated service or a regular website service. Refused Classification here has pointed out that in Australia, the digital edition of Plumbers Don't Wear Ties Definitive Edition was initially banned or refused classification on March 5th by the Automated International Age Rating Coalition tool. 2 days later, it was dropped to an MA 15 plus for sexualized imagery. Which I wonder if that isn't just a case that they went through the automated tool, got banned, then they resubmitted it through the automated tool. It probably isn't a change of content. Meanwhile, the Japanese visual novel Sympathy Kiss, but My Idea Factory has just been banned for the second time by the automated internal age rating collation tool. Seems to me like these games in particular are just not familiar with that automated tool and probably just have to manipulate and lie on it. There has been one game that did seemingly lie as far as the content in the game, and then eventually the classification board manually reviewed it and banned it. Let's see if we can scroll down. And it's not just video games that get censored and banned. Simpsons episodes is another Japanese visual novel. Australian people, or the Australian government in particular, doesn't like visual novels and anime and Japanese stuff in general. They have a history around it. But yeah, refused classification on Steam is an interesting website just to see that they are at least being public about what is being banned. In fairness, if you were to try and compare this to say what is just not even attempted to be released in a country like Saudi Arabia, or what is refused to be sold in some Middle Eastern countries in general, that in most cases those are, you don't even ask, you don't even talk about it, it's just an absolute no. So Australia at least being public and systematic about their censorship is a step towards being open about it, which is a step towards allowing debate about it, which is a step towards potentially changing things. Whereas, yeah, there is less of that in many other countries. And in some countries, even trying to release a game, certain games would get you thrown in jail. YouTube Gaming also missing the mark, mentioning that Titanfall was released 10 years ago today, which, yes, people who are fans of Titanfall love Titanfall. Unfortunately, we know they're not going to do anything with Titanfall, so it's pointless to mention it, even if it is a year that ends in a 0. It's just not going to get any new game or remake or release or remaster. They should announce a remaster or re-release of the game. It would make a lot of sense. They should have released it on the 10-year anniversary, but nope, they're not going to do that. And then they're trying to hook into the Oscars with what cutscene that deserves an award. Again, trying to get engagement. Then Happy Mario Day, at least that's fine. And then still a lot of promotion around MatPat leaving Game Theory, which honestly I feel like he was pretty irrelevant, at least in the last couple of years. And he's getting too much promotion from YouTube specifically, just because he's announced a retirement. But YouTube has a vested interest in selling the myth that someone can be, that your average person can be so successful on YouTube that they can actually retire at a young age, which is just not realistic. What's going to happen? Yeah, I don't think there's anything else here to talk about. Let's move on. NBA 2K is joining Xbox Game Pass today. 2K's basketball game will be playable on consoles and via cloud gaming. This is from Video Games Chronicles. Seems to be somewhat of a big deal. They were promoting it hard. Let's see. Final Fantasy XVI producer says that PC players can expect a pre-release pre-release demo within a year. Which, okay. Suppose that's good news. And then GameDeveloper.com has an article here. I think we probably covered this article before. Corporate kryptonite developers and insiders discuss the power of game industry unions. We'll have more news about unions in the game industry as we go forward. Let's see. Where I talked about Super Mario Bros. Movie made a bunch of money, so Nintendo's making another one. Which that makes a lot of sense. Do we have an actual number here as to how much money? It earned an estimated $1.35 billion. That's a bunch of money. Apparently, Todd Howard revealed Fallout 5 secrets to Fallout TV show creators to avoid similarities. I thought we made Fallout 6. Showrunner Graham Wagner joked. Which, yeah. Okay. This is news, but it's very unactionable news. Yeah. The Fallout TV show, we now know, has gone out of its way to not be overlapping in narrative too much with whatever Fallout 5 will be. I don't know if there's a huge amount of enthusiasm for Fallout 5. Fallout 4 wasn't particularly well received. Fallout 76 wasn't particularly well received. The TV show, if it's successful, should try to renew interest around the Fallout. Renew interest around the Fallout series. So, if the Fallout TV show is really successful, Todd Howard would be wise to throw out a lot of ideas that he already has, and I'm not sure Todd Howard would be willing to do this, and copy the Fallout TV series completely. Take what works from the TV series and integrate it into the Fallout game series, and perhaps come out with a more evolved game series. There is something to be said about, as graphics just become more and more hyper-realistic, this live-action TV footage might be really what we want to see with the Fallout universe over computer-generated, more colorful characters. I usually would rant against games that are just many shades of brown and depressing colors, and I typically do like the bright colorful palettes that you see more in anime and Mario games. But when you're making a game based on an already nuked out wasteland, realistic might be the way to go, or at least more realistic. It probably will never get 100% realistic, but a level of seriousness being added to the Fallout universe, both visually and possibly in storyline, would, I think, be appreciable, where the silliness that sometimes appears in Fallout games is probably something that needs to be evolved away from in the future series. Although inherently, I think the biggest problem with the Fallout series is that the people who made Fallout New Vegas are just not in charge. And since Fallout is owned by Bethesda, and Bethesda is owned by ZeniMax, and ZeniMax is owned by Microsoft, Microsoft really should just hand over the Fallout series to the makers of New Vegas, and that would get so much attention that it would at least revitalize the series somewhat. Instead, Microsoft has been way too hands-off with ZeniMax in the past, and then they ended up with Starfield, which nobody's talking about Starfield anymore. Nobody really cares. The PlayStation-backed studio Deviation Games is shutting down. This is yet another second-party company. I guess you'd call it a second-party company if it's being backed by PlayStation. It seems to be laying off people or shutting down completely. Although what's notable about this headline from GameDeveloper.com is they actually are shutting down. This is the first game company announcement I've seen, at least since January 1st, where the company straight up says, we're just going out of business. They're not trying to dance around it and lay off 90% of the workforce or keep one person employed to still sell games. The studio was working on an original franchise in partnership with PlayStation, which, yeah. If a company is shutting down like that, that's another console exclusive Sony seems to not be getting, and Sony doesn't seem like they care too much about it. Which, the more I hear stories like this, the more I wonder if the Sony PlayStation will just be canceled altogether and they'll just pull out of the console business completely in favor of PC gaming. Sony is in a weird situation where if the parent company of Sony wanted it to be so, you could see Sony just trying to sell different kinds of hardware or pre-built computers and just push for computer gaming way more than Microsoft could do that, because Sony has decades of of history of selling hardware, whereas Microsoft has very little experience selling hardware. They've sold some Surface computers and hardware, and then they failed at that, and they've now pulled out on selling hardware. I also wouldn't be surprised if what Sony is planning on doing here is shifting the PlayStation Sony Interactive Entertainment division back to Japan and having much tighter controls, and seeing this PlayStation as a Japanese first gaming console that is only concerned about Japanese first games and no more Little Big Planet or Uncharted or Horizon type games or Last of Us type games. Instead, it's just going to be Final Fantasy VII and things like that. So anytime I see a headline like this from GameDeveloper.com, where Microsoft quote-unquote voluntarily recognizes a 600 strong Activision Blizzard QA union, I always have to question the voluntarily part here. I don't think there is as much as there is that much that companies can do. Once enough people have signed union cards, they can try and fight it in courts, but it almost certainly is going to fail. Now, what's weird about this is I feel like there already was a union that was forming or had formed at Activision Blizzard amongst the QA people. Maybe it was a union amongst the non-QA people. Maybe it was a different union. But it almost feels like this is being done a second time, just in part because of the merger and acquisition. And that would be crazy, frankly, if somebody formed a union, or if a group of workers formed a union, and then their company got acquired by a different company, and then they had to start the fight all over again to force the new acquiring company to recognize the union. QA workers in particular do need unionization, in my opinion, more than most. But the real strength that any union is going to get in the video game industry is once they start merging the unions amongst multiple departments. Intersectional might be the word I'm thinking of here. But yeah, once you have the programmers and the voice actors and the animators and the writers, once all of those people are in the union, that's when it's going to have real strength. Because it's very, very easy for a company to potentially ignore unionization efforts of QA workers, fire them all, and then just have all of your QA done through a third party company or sent out to a different country where unions are non-existent. And frankly, I wouldn't put it past game companies to just not do any QA or do very little QA to keep unions small and weak, or to prevent unions from forming in the first place. And then they'll just put out buggier games. More and more, we get the feeling that gamers are being forced to do more Q&A on a lot of games anyways, and we have not been consistent as gamers about pushing back around buggy un-QA'd games or poorly QA'd games. But yeah, this is a this is a step in the right direction. Let's see. Notably, the union had already been voluntarily recognized by Microsoft as a result of the labor neutrality agreement that they signed with the CWA, Communication Workers of America. This was people who worked for phone companies originally, but I imagine there are very few jobs at phone companies these days, and so they're spreading out. And this happened in 2022. So I guess the idea here is this might be a new local, and instead of having local and a number, seems like they are giving these unions their own unique names. Activision Quality Assurance United, or Aqua, although is that how you pronounce it? Spell Aqua? -CWA. We'll just have to wait and see until the first contract negotiation comes around or the first round of layoffs happen. As far as how that all goes. I do think Washington State is probably a little bit more pro-union of the states in the United States, whereas there are definitely some states like Texas that are very much anti-union. There was a law that was stopped by a federal judge just yesterday in Texas to prevent easier unionization from happening. But yeah, 600 strong sounds like a big number. It probably is a big number, but we'll have to see if they're willing to negotiate or how hard they're going to negotiate and how many jobs can be saved and how many conditions can be improved and when negotiations really start around contract negotiations. Very possibly with them volunteering, them recognizing the union, Microsoft recognizing the union, this may start a years-long process of them negotiating that first contract. Here is the suit. We will just briefly show it, of Stellar Blade that she starts off with. It is showing a lot of skin. In fairness, not really more skin than you would see in a two-piece bikini, although odd proportions of skin and where is being shown and where isn't. But yeah, if there was ever any evidence you needed to see that the Stellar Blade is an adult game made for adults and is going to have a lot of lewdness in it, that outfit that you start off with is definitely supposed to be an eye catcher, and almost certainly it's supposed to be a kiss off also, in that if you see that outfit and you find it unattractive or offensive, then you're probably not going to enjoy any of the rest of the game Stellar Blade. Now I believe Sony is funding Stellar Blade in part. Tencent may be funding some of it in part too, since Shift Up is owned by Tencent now. Shift Up made a mobile game I played called Destiny Child, no relation to the music group, that I really enjoyed it, but they've since shut down that game after many years of it running. And it was lewd anime waifus that you would collect too. Stellar Blade, not a collectathon game, but a lewd game nonetheless. And Shift Up may be the one company run by one person actually willing to make more of a mature lewd game without crossing straight into just adult content. It'll be interesting to see how well Stellar Blade is received. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some controversy around it, but it may also feel very much like this is pushing the boundaries to what Bayonetta wanted to be, but Bayonetta couldn't be because it was started as a series many years ago, and Bayonetta 2 was owned by Microsoft, so they really were only going to push it so far. I would say the big difference is Bayonetta played with the mentality and the idea that Bayonetta had an outfit made up of her hair, and when she did hair-based super attacks, her outfit would get skimpier and show and cover less of her body. They played with the mentality of that more than they really showed that, however, in Bayonetta 1 and 2 and 3. Although I haven't played 3 or 2. Moving on. I think this is GameDeveloper.com, says the New York Times has issued DMCA claims to hundreds of Wordle likes and clones. If it looks similar to Wordle, the Times is taking legal action against it. Now, inherently, it will be interesting to see how many of those would actually stand up in court. I imagine very few people are going to try and fight them all the way to court, but when you're talking word jumbles that give you a certain number of right and wrong things, there is a game called Mastermind that is pre-existing art, certainly, where you would put different colored marbles, and then you would put the other player would tell you how many you got right in the right place and how many you got wrong in the wrong place. If you look at prior art for word jumbles in particular, or guess a word games, almost certainly there are pre-existing games that predate Wordle. Inherently, I think it's a little crazy that one person made Wordle, had some major success on it, and then sold it to the New York Times. At the point of transition there, if the artist and the original creator of a game is no longer being paid, then maybe it should just, instead of being a product that could be sold, maybe it should just move into the public domain immediately once it leaves the hands of the original creator. That would be an interesting way to certainly handle copyright, to say when an actual human being creates something, they own the copyright on it, but corporations cannot own the copyright on things, and copyrights are non-transferable. That would be interesting. A lot of people would argue against that thought, certainly, but inherently, if we look at this screenshot, the Wordle word here maybe could be trademarked, but I'm not seeing a claim of a trademark and not seeing the registered R for a trademark, if that was the case. The gear here is public domain, almost certainly too generic. The leaderboard here is public domain, too generic. The question mark help is public domain, too generic. And all of these symbols almost certainly were originally created by prior art that was public domain from Android or other operating systems. A box is far too generic to be copyrighted. Letters are far too generic to be copyrighted. A gray box or a yellow box or a green box background is far too generic. So the only thing you could really copyright here is a game that gives you 5 letters guesses, tells you which ones are right and which ones are in the right spot, and so that generic concept there which maybe is patentable, but maybe not copyrightable. The code itself, if somebody was stealing the code, would be copyrightable, but the outcome, I think, is probably too generic. So I don't think any of these DMCAs would stand up in court. Cracking the Cryptic does YouTube shorts where you defeat, he does wardles in a minute. And what really sucks about that is the YouTube shorts are randomly generated thumbnails. You can't pick what thumbnail you're going to use on shorts. Eventually I think they're going to let you do that, but up until recently you couldn't do that. So you'll have the solution half the time in the YouTube short thumbnail. Let's see if we can figure out what this ward is. So they started with sleep, which is a terrible ward to start with, because you should have had no duplicates at the very least, and you probably shouldn't go with S in the first ward. And then they are told that there's an E and a P. Then they try leapt, which is probably too common a word. The way Wordle works is there is a word bank, so if you are keeping accounts of what words have been used in the past, it won't cycle back to those words until it's completely depleted the word bank. Is how I believe it's been programmed. So you go with leapt, and you have BAPT. Now, the Cracking the Cryptic people seem to always build on the last guess, hoping to get it right the next time, but I feel like sometimes it might be wise to just try a completely different word with completely different letters. But yeah, they play leapt with an A here, and then they waste a spot by putting an A here and find that there's an R. They're also not following any kind of strategy at this point, because if they were following any strategy, you know the P isn't here, you know the P isn't here. The P either has to be here or here. You know the E is here. You're playing an A, that doesn't matter. You found out a D and a B doesn't work here. Alright, and with that, the word either doesn't have a second E, so you know it's not ER, and that makes it highly unlikely that you would that the R would be here or here. It's not RE either, so I don't know if you really have enough to spell here. It's got to be re something, and re something is too many options. Re P blank blank, but not repode. There's a limitation on the 5-letter words here. Either that, or it is P E R, and then what? Yeah, PER. You don't have enough for a period. IOD. PER. And then something and something. Yeah. So yeah, I can't solve that one. That screenshot. Wasting my time here. Getting distracted. Yeah, but my personal opinion is I don't think you can copyright any of this. That doesn't stop New York Times from sending a bunch of DMCAs out, but it does also highlight how the New York Times is more willing to use the copyright system to censor competition and not have competition than they are to be a bastion of news journalism who would be above sending out DMCAs for their puzzles. Although maybe the jigsaw puzzle and the wordles are the more valuable aspect of New York Times these days, and newspapers in general. Newspapers have always been very bad companies run by very evil people, so we really shouldn't be surprised. It's just that newspapers have been very good about self-promoting themselves as if they were good people, when they really aren't. Usually that newspapers have always been run by rich people wanting to sell you something or wanting to control the narrative of what's being talked about, and they were very successful about that until we had the internet and anybody could put out news or talk about something, not just the rich people and the people connected to newspapers. A great example of that is the phrase jaywalking, for instance, was a completely admitted conspiracy by the car industry to make people who were getting hit in the streets, which were shared by people walking on the streets and car drivers. The car industry was calling people who were getting run over by bad drivers jays, which was an old English insult of just a redneck type insult, instead of admitting that there was just no safety precautions and that the drivers and people who were buying cars were not driving them safely. And yeah, the idea of making it illegal to jaywalk instead of making it illegal to run somebody over with a car is kind of crazy, and yet that's what they promoted and pushed through influencing newspapers. Newspapers did that in part, and that's had a massively decades-long impact in the United States, where there still is really no desire to claw back the massive amount of land that has been devoted to roads for cars exclusively, to have even sidewalks and bike paths be even a possibility, let alone clawing back some of that land to use for parks and just houses, front yards. If anything, it's still very much a case that eminent domain is used constantly to take more and more of the front yards away from people who have front yards or backyards, eventually moving towards houses having no yardage at all, and it just being wider and wider streets, even in residential neighborhoods. Anyways, moving on. We're going to go really long here. Let's see. So Hearthstone I played for a very long time until they caused some controversy, and I was tired of playing at that point. Hearthstone celebrated its 10th anniversary by balancing novelty with nostalgia. The upcoming Whizbang's Workshop expansion aims to prove the longevity is still on the cards for Hearthstone almost 10 years later. Now that Activision Blizzard is owned by Microsoft, I still don't feel any difference around Hearthstone. I don't feel any desire to go back and play it. It would be a nightmare to try and get back into the game. It'd be a nightmare just to try and remember the passwords to log into my Hearthstone account. It is kind of crazy that Hearthstone, as a card game, never tried to print out any real world cards, even as just a one-off limited edition thing. And the art on Hearthstone cards still looks really good and interesting compared to more traditional cards that, like Yu-Gi-Oh cards that are designed off of real world cards. The dialogue and explanation and the keywords around Hearthstone cards are still top notch, not getting too wordy and not doing anything crazy. The hero class system is interesting still in Hearthstone, but part of the problem, certainly, that when I was giving up on playing Hearthstone is that the solo modes really never connected greatly with the multiplayer modes, and then they introduced a auto battler mode and tried to make Hearthstone a completely different thing. And I feel like you are already splitting your audience between the ranked players and the solo mode players, and then when you have an auto battle players, sure, you can claim a very high player base there, but if you have 3 different people playing 3 different completely different types of games, it's just not the same. I think Hearthstone could have been a lot more successful had it not been under the control of Activision Blizzard back when Activision Blizzard was independent. And you'd almost want to see Microsoft say, just make a new Hearthstone 2, reboot it, ask all the audience to come back, bring Hearthstone to Xbox Game Pass. I might jump in if they were to make a sequel game and start over at that point. And a lot of the credit to the success of Hearthstone was given, I think you can argue at this point, completely unfairly to Ben Brode, considering how Ben Brode went on to make Marvel Snap, which is a little bit experimental, but is nowhere as interesting as Hearthstone was when it launched, and hasn't gotten any more interesting. Let's see. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says today's Forza Motorsport update overhauls its divisive car progression system. It launches at 10 a.m. Pacific time. Okay, we'll leave that at that. Warner Brothers Multiverses has made it official. The Unreal Engine 5 powered game is going to return in May. Warner Brothers fighting game is stepping into the stage once again. This is an interesting experiment to put a game out in a kind of beta mode and then pull it and then decide to relaunch it. Yeah, it was pulled, went offline, and got delisted last June when it was still in beta. There's definitely probably a case here where AT&T, having acquired Warner Brothers, decided to put more funding and continue with Multiverses. Meanwhile, in contrast, it looks like they're going to shut down and pull all of the Adult Swim games. At least that's the speculation. So, and we know at least one game has been pulled. So AT&T is making some decisions here, and in part this may be very much a case where you have some middle manager who can say, it will be my baby and my success if we bring Multiverses back and launch it for real. Whereas the Adult Swim games have already been launched out of early access or out of beta, and so if they stay around and are successful, no manager inside of AT&T or Warner Brothers can claim that that was their idea in their project. So it is very common when a new manager comes in or when acquisition happens that a lot of existing projects just get shuttered because it's all about who can take credit for what. Lego. What was I going to talk about? Lego has announced that some Lego Dungeons and Dragons stuff is going to happen, and they put out this little video where you have a Lego box and then a D20, and then it turns into a mimic and eats the dice. Okay. I don't know if we have anything else Lego Dungeons and Dragons yet. I don't know how much you can do with Dungeons and Dragons, but you probably could do quite a bit, come to think of it. Because if you had just Lego figurines that could be used with character sheets to play Dungeons and Dragons, that would work very well. And then if you wanted to make little Lego play sets to depict castles and like taverns and just enemies built out of Lego, that would work pretty well too. I mean, you could really just take the pick of the most interesting characters out of the monster manual and the most interesting items out of, what is the other book called? I won't know it really. I want to say it's the World of Wonders or something book. There's about 5 Dungeon Master books that are full of descriptions of monsters and environments and items. So you could pick amongst what there's probably thousands of options to make 10-20 Lego sets that would look very nice. Mimic is a very obvious one to do. And all of a sudden you also have a situation where you're not Hasbro trying to sell little plastic figurines to represent statues. You're Lego selling plastic bricks that can be built as figurines for a much higher price. Here we have the GameDeveloper.com article. Let's see, where it says the Adult Swim game's entire library may get delisted by May, which I kind of would want to go back and play Pocket Mortys, but it wasn't that interesting of a game. Let's see. Some of these games, I have to assume though, would show up somewhere. Battleship Brigade getting delisted seems unthinkable. Headlander being delisted seems unthinkable. Pocket Morty Samurai Jack is believable. Some of these though also don't have like licenses, so I don't know why you'd really pull them. I wouldn't be surprised, however, if they never make any more Adult Swim games. And if they're going to pull Adult Swim games being delisted, I wonder if that might even threaten that Adult Swim itself might get pulled. And that would be fairly crazy. Unless you're just going to straight up shut down Cartoon Network, or you're going to make Cartoon Network 24/7, which would make some sense, and then maybe make Adult Swim its own channel, which would also make some sense. There are very few channels that straight up change what kind of content they air at night by such a drastic amount as Adult Swim does. But at a certain level, I kind of feel like Adult Swim needs to exist to keep Cartoon Network fans watching as they get older. You need the kid-friendly cartoons of, I can't even really name any, something like Ben 10, to eventually lead in, as people grow up, into watching something like Dragon Ball Z and Adult Swim. Speaking of Adult Swim, one of the animes that aired in Adult Swim back in the day was Cowboy Bebop. And I saw, I think it might be a Fortnite crossover where Cowboy Bebop characters are being added, or at least maybe this was just a fan artist. What was weird about it is that there's this little girl character in Cowboy Bebop called Ed, who's a hacker. I'm pretty sure by the voice that it's a little girl. She's pretty flat-chested and it's hard to tell in the anime. And for some reason, when they animated her in Cowboy in this Fortnite or fan edit, they made her look a lot older and a lot more mature, to say the least. And I'm like, why would you do that when all the other characters look exactly the same age? And it doesn't make any sense to try and create nostalgia around a character who never actually looked like that. Maybe they didn't want a kid character in Fortnite shooting other people, I don't know, but it just seemed very weird artistic choice there. We'll see if that really happens, or if that was just a fan edit I saw. Okay, so I believe this is one of the Happy International Women's Day things I wanted to highlight. So I want to forgive me to go on a rant here for just a second. So we have Deep Silver going Happy International Women's Day. I don't know if this is supposed to be Dead Island 2. I imagine it is that they're promoting here. Yeah, Dead Island 2. But yeah, so you have a zombie woman, 3D CGI woman, as your depiction, instead of celebrating the women that maybe are hired at Deep Silver. And let's move on to the next game company that did the exact same thing. So then you have Dying Light 2 here, and we'll scroll down to here. They're celebrating the Oscar. So here we have today's International Women's Day. The world of Dying Light would be nothing without Loane, Sophie, and Jade, and all other female characters that you met on your journey. So in here you have 3 3D CGI fictional characters being highlighted, which you have to admit, highlighting fictional characters is diminishing the amount of acclaim and mental mind space you can spend on real women, real human being women. So they probably should have just not done any of this, almost certainly, or they should be highlighting people who actually work at their company, or female women that work at their company, or just women in general. And you certainly could highlight women who had big elements in computer programming. Certainly, you could talk about, I believe it's Ada Lovelace is one of them. A real woman who was one of the founders of like computer programming and computer logic. There are people who you could point to, or you could just stay silent. Toadzilla here, I don't think had an International Women's Day thing. I think I clicked on this because he's a Godot engine programmer, and he's making a UI pack, user interface pack, for Super Game Boy Quest. So if you wanted to make a game that looked like an old Game Boy Zelda game, you can apparently use this user interface. Which, I mean, that certainly would get you a step ahead, to just have the user interface icons already made. And certainly that game looks interesting to me, Super Game Boy Quest. So yeah, that was a side note that caught my attention. Let's go to Rocksteady. So Rocksteady, International Women's Day, we're celebrating with all the wonderful women in our teams, families, and our friendship groups, and our squad. So they mentioned that there are women in their teams and their families and friendship groups and squad. And yet, once again, the picture they choose is a Wonder Woman, which I don't even know what Wonder Woman this would be. I would have to assume that this is an Injustice Or, nope, this is probably from Suicide Squad. Kill the Justice League. But yeah, I don't even think that looks like Wonder Woman. And inherently, you have to point out here that instead of showing a 3D CGI version of Wonder Woman for International Women's Day, a fictional character, you could have, at the very least, said, shout out to all the wonderful women who play the characters we love. Here's a picture of Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn. Here's a picture of the actresses who have played Wonder Woman. You could probably pull out several other female actresses who have played other people in movies, and you could shout out the actresses who play DC characters. And then at least you'd be shouting out real women. Instead of video games, ones and zeros. And then let's see, TT Games at least does it right. There's one company, the makers of Lego games, that seems like they've done it slightly right. Celebrate International Women's Day by getting to know the wonderful woman at TT Games. Meet Malin Wager, our senior user research. She says, at TT Games I get the opportunity to team up with so many talented and creative people who are passionate about making fantastic games. And this is all you need to do here, is just get somebody. Like, they don't have to be super presentable. Like, I could criticize the appearance of this lady and say that she looks like she has just been up for quite a while and is unkempt, and I could make all kinds of rude and unnecessary things here, and in comparison to a 3D CGI lady who's going to be polished to perfection in a computer. But yeah, this is the reality that they should be highlighting here. Is actually highlighting people that actually work at the company. Here they're highlighting another lady who works at TT Games. And maybe this is a statement that not that many ladies actually work at other bigger video game companies. Or maybe this is just a statement that most of the big video game companies, or at least the people in charge, and see, really they're only highlighting 2 women, and still that's miles above what all the other companies did. And this was not a case of me picking specific companies to point out a specific narrative. This was every single Women's Day post I could find. But yeah, even with just 2 women being highlighted, that's miles above what the other companies are doing. So, with that rant, I believe, over at this point, let's move on to Video Games Chronicle. Says another Nintendo emulator is shutting down following a high-profile lawsuit. Creator of the Game Boy software claims he's pulling it for family reasons. There has been a long list here of people who have decided to pull their games from their emulators from the websites and from GitHub and places like that, from downloads in general. Now, DF Retro seems to have more details on the Yuzu lawsuit, and they seem to speculate that Yuzu agreed to pay $2.4 million to avoid the discovery process because apparently Nintendo already had a ton of evidence that Yuzu was just actively selling their emulator as being compatible to play games before they even had launched, and were just actively sharing links to pirate. And so DF Retro is claiming there was some very dirty hands on the part of the Yuzu emulator team, and very possibly the Yuzu emulator team had just collected a lot of data and a lot of dirt on people on their forum and their chat Discord, and that might be a case why some of these other emulator people are giving up too, is because they were maybe actively engaging in piracy or talking about piracy on the Discord. And so it might very well be a case that a den of thieves was caught amongst the Yuzu Discord, and it has widespreading effects now. Or it might be a case that the lawsuit just scared a bunch of people. Might also be a case, if you want to put on a tinfoil hat and go conspiracy theory, that maybe Yuzu as an emulator was a honeypot all along. Probably not. I wouldn't suspect it was. Just trying to get as many people to admit to piracy as possible so Nintendo could swoop in and scare people and maybe set some legal precedents. Although if that was the case, then why would Nintendo have settled? Inherently, if you were going to make an emulator, which I wouldn't recommend it, it's going to be a lot of work for probably little reward. There aren't too many consoles that need emulators to go for them. But if you are going to make an emulator, you need to have clean hands, white box development. You can't steal or look at source code of the existing hardware. You can't really build an emulator to run any kind of pirated games. If you own the games yourself, you would have to download the ROMs personally for yourself to even begin to be within the limitations of the law, to have legal backups. DF does point out that Nintendo shutting down the Yuzu emulator is probably doing as much damage to people who just want to play games at a better frame rate as it is to people who just want to pirate Nintendo games. And frankly, at this point, I don't know if there's a single game that somebody wouldn't have pirated 10, 20 years ago that isn't just easily available either as a public domain game or purchasable on Steam. There's a very, very small list of games that now are not easily attainable at a very cheap price, to the point where it's not worth it to emulate those games and try and find ROMs, with the exception of Nintendo games. That's about it. Nintendo games and maybe some early console games have no PC ports. PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2 games, maybe a few PlayStation 3 games. But once you start getting into PS4 and Xbox Series games and Xbox One games, all of those, for the most part, a significant portion of all of those are on PC already, and it's just easier to buy PC games on Steam than it is to try and emulate. Meanwhile, Nintendo hasn't made any friends by shutting down Yuzu, nor have they probably changed anybody's mind about emulation. Somebody is just going to find a new emulator very quickly to replace Yuzu. Or I imagine most people who have Yuzu installed don't have to do anything. They can just continue to use it. And maybe it won't be super compatible with brand new games for the Switch, but I don't know if there are going to be any new games for the Switch either. We already talked about Deviation Games closing. What was the deal with WWE 2K24? That I wanted to talk about. Yeah. Now, notably, International Women's Day could have happened, and WWE could have been celebrating some of the female wrestlers. And those would be real people. But and they're not even really bothering with that, I think. Seems like more they are consistently just trying to celebrate their female wrestlers overall. Which I think that's probably a smart move. Anyways, get away from Brock Lesnar and Vince McMahon as much as possible. Yeah, I don't know what I had here to talk about. Now, we did look at the reviews for WWE 2K24, and unfortunately there's just a lot of poor reviews due to technical reasons on Steam for that game. Yeah, just scroll down quite a bit here to an International Women's Day. Now, weirdly, they still are picking the 3D CGI characters to highlight, but at the very least, you can say these are 3D CGI face scan models of real people playing characters for wrestling, but real people nonetheless. Whereas the 3D CGI characters in most video games are not real people and not representing real people. So if you were going to, as a video game company, try and highlight a real person with a character creator, that wouldn't be a terrible thought either. Take it to the other extreme. If we had a Baldur's Gate 3 Happy International Women's Day and it was highlighting a lizard lady with scales and tattoos, would that feel appropriate? That you're saying, here's the international woman we want to highlight, it's a scaly lizard female presenting character? Yep. You're getting a decent mix of the 3D and photo images. A decent mix of female wrestlers being highlighted for International Women's Day. Take note how much of this also they are doing too. And this is back on like March 7th too. Like that shows a real care and concern instead of just flippant silliness of one post or two posts. Not really caring. Anyways, moving on. I don't know what I clicked on. This would have been the demo for Stellar Blade. It's now been taken down. Let's see what Activision Blizzard had that had caught my attention. A lot of Twitter feeds I clicked on recently. Oh yeah, here we go. Sorry to get back on this rant again, but it's important to point out this was one of the first ones I saw, and it is the most offensive by far. Here are the women being highlighted by Activision Blizzard for International Women's Day. You have, I have no idea what her name is, but I want to say it's Trixie from Ratchet and Clank. But regardless, it's a squash, half animal, female presenting 3D CGI cartoon character. You have, I think her name might be Diva from Overwatch. You have an Overwatch healer class character with robotic angel wings and a halo. Then you have what is possibly a Genshin Impact character. But this one at least looks like a human that isn't too weird although she seems to have magic, and she does have to seem to have a weird combination of more traditional Japanese dress and robotic legs and punching gloves and a knife and a half fox mask. And then the worst one by far, here you have Lilith from Diablo 4, a straight up demon being considered as something to celebrate in International Women's Day. So you have a straight up demon that is showing a big V-neck on a throne of skulls and bones. It does not ring well. It does not show well at all as far as what you're actually trying to celebrate here. It's ridiculous. I think I clicked on Black in Gaming because I should just follow them. Do they have any international black women to highlight? Because we really haven't seen a ton of that either. Yeah. See if we can see anything here that highlights that, or if this isn't just them celebrating it. Now notably, I'm seeing a lot of black women in these screenshots being highlighted. But yeah, I'm not saying anything specifically for Women's Day. Seems like they have a lot of presentations that they do, so this may not be a particularly interesting Twitter to follow. I would definitely say I don't feel like the black experience is getting told well enough, or even considered or integrated into overarching stories in most video games. And sometimes that makes sense that it isn't being told, but a lot of times it doesn't make sense that it isn't being told. Far too often you have a fantasy world where all the characters are just white. Sometimes you'll have Japanese games where all the characters are just Asian, and so they look like they're white, and it kind of makes sense that in Japan in the 1960s there wouldn't be any black people. Sometimes the percentages feel a little off. In the United States, about 20% of the population is black, and very rarely do you see 20% of the population of people in video games as being black. And when you do see black characters, it often seems like there's too many of them, or that they are depicted in either too simplistic of ways or too uniform of ways. There is, I think, a very large audience of black gamers out there that are being underserved and underheard, and I imagine there is an even larger gap as far as the number of people who are in creative decision-making positions who happen to be black in the United States and around the world. And yeah, I would like to see that try and balance itself out more. This compulsion game, South of Midnight, is kind of an example of an interesting story that probably needs to be told, but also is going to be a little overrepresentative as far as black characters. And this is being made by a studio based in Montreal, Canada, which probably doesn't have that many black people. Let's see. Here we have a retweet 3 hours ago of a woman being highlighted, but then them also retweeting Activision Blizzard And they retweeted the black and gaming element too. The black hairstyles for Dragon's Dogma. He has our black hairstyles in this game. That's another one to follow. Yeah. This is a great way in which you can have representation in the character creation, even if you're making generic characters, to just say, hey, curly hair exists and curly hairstyles exist, instead of straight blonde hairstyles. I'm trying to see if they actually had an International Women's Day post of their own, or Compulsion Game just went on a reposting day. See, one of the problems here for International Women's Day is you have somebody at Cliffhanger Games showing off inspirations for African statues, which, okay, that's a little off point, I would say. Like, if you're talking about African art, or even African tradition or Black people's history month, this would feel a lot more appropriate instead of International Women's Day. In part because I'm not even 100% sure if this is supposed to be a woman in that statue. But just in the same way, if you're celebrating International Women's Day by showing fictional statues of fictional characters, you're probably off the mark quite a bit. Here we have a bunch of 2D animated women from Bethesda UK, although in that post they don't actually say International Women's Day. So it seems to me, if you're going to have these kinds of events, somebody needs to get together. The ESA probably needs to get together and kind of control the narrative, or a lobbyist group needs to get together and kind of control the narrative, because particularly in the games industry, it is just all over the place as far as what people are tweeting out. And honestly, it wouldn't be a terrible idea if the ESA offered a lot more support like that and had a publishing department to say, we're going to have a video games equivalent of the Associated Press. We're going to put out press releases, and these kind of press releases are going to be the things that the narrative that we want the industry to stick to, instead of people being all over the place with it. We have Raven Software calling it Women's History Month, which seems to include International Women's Day. Let's see if they have an actual post. Well, on March 8th here, they said they're proud to celebrate incredible women here at Raven Software across our industry and around the world. Happy International Women's Day. And they have this picture, and I guess there are some women here, but without any names or backstory. You're not really telling me much. So I would have to almost do a reverse image search on a large number of these women to figure out who they are, what they contributed, what makes them special, if anything makes them special. So that was March 8th. Let's scroll down now and see if they posted anything else. Remember, this is supposed to be a whole month, and we have who did I mute? Call of Duty. I probably muted them on accident. So here we have February 29th. So a whole month they said was going to be Women's History Month, and then nothing about women at all until the 8th, which is this one simple sentence post, and then nothing really about women at all after that. And I don't think it's going to get any better from this point. Today is the 11th. I don't think we'll see another post. So yeah, that just feels like they're stretching up. They are really doing a pathetic effort. Again, the ESA probably should just, if it's going to be Women's History Month, they should have a post for every single day that goes out, and then they should encourage people to repost the posts that they feel are important, or all of them if they feel like they need to repost all of them. So there was this hubbub about Apple terminating Epic's European developer account, and then the update now here from GameDeveloper.com is that Apple has reinstated the developer account under pressure from the European Union, threatening to investigate it, which it definitely seems like Apple is being jerks in that scenario. Okay. So, moving on, let's now quickly go through all the games that came out in the last stream to see which ones we should make a YouTube short around. Games that look at least decent enough. Now the problem here with this maneuver is no matter how I spin it, the middle mouse button to close something is just going to bring me back to whatever game I last chose to put on the follow list. So I can save a little bit of time closing tabs, but then I'm going to have to scroll back up. There really is just no good system here to go through all of these. Possibly the best system would have been to be over on this side and then start with that. Yeah, that might be slightly wiser. Was I gonna give this a chance? I was gonna make a short on it, yeah. Lost in Prayer. One screenshot's all I need to be interested in that game. There is a game from a YouTuber called Game Maker's Toolkit that he is getting close to releasing, and he's going to try and make it part of a upcoming Steam Fest called, I believe, Mind Over Magnet. And one of the things he talks about in Mind Over Magnet is that he's made a trailer based in part on speculation and kind of faked video footage, which I don't know if I really feel good about that idea, that game trailers on these games potentially would have content in it that you don't see in the actual game. I'm fairly certain that that's not encouraged, at least by Valve. So Yeah, maybe he's making a big mistake there. Now, otherwise, Mind Over Magnet does look like it might be a pretty interesting game. This one's not English, unfortunately. So, at some point I might cover it, although I have leant more towards the idea of not covering YouTubers' games made by YouTubers, because they all kind of suck and it just seems awkward and cross-promotional. Desktop baseball. I'll give that a chance. Liminal Border Part 2. Wonder if I could figure out what Liminal Border Part 1 went for. Let's go ahead and check that out. It came out in November of 2023. It's 83% positive. $14.99 is asking quite a lot, however. And I would say visual novels are probably not things I want to try and make YouTube shorts around, just because they don't seem to have as big of an interest to my audience. And then we have an old Gmode, Japanese only game. We'll give that a chance. I lost my train of thought as far as what I was talking about before, so hopefully it wasn't too important. That one was on the follow list and it didn't catch my attention. So I should have taken it off the follow list probably. Yeah, at a certain level, if I just had an infinite amount of time and energy, I would probably try and cover visual novels on a second channel. There is, this is mostly negative, so I'm going to say no to it. There is definitely a split between like my earlier pre-recorded footage, which is trying to be a little bit more family friendly, and then my later footage, which is for the first-person shooter, mature zombie shooter games and horror games. So if one channel really did succeed very well, and that's the if I've always leaned on, and maybe this is a mistake, I would probably want to split the content out for, I guess, an After Dark channel, more mature content channel, and a more, but it's such an unfair thing. Like HBO, for instance, is not required to have, and nobody asks HBO to have like Game of Thrones playing at 6 in the morning on HBO. No. Instead, HBO is showing usually movies that are family friendly, or at least I think they are, or cartoons at 6 in the morning. But yeah, you get to 10 or 11 at night on HBO, and then there's adult content. That seems very reasonable. Saturday morning cartoons. Like, nobody's expecting there to be a unique channel for Saturday morning cartoons back when those things were really existent. And yet YouTube channels do have this weird limiting factor in which really I should just be playing one game over and over again on a single YouTube channel, and then I should try to make a second channel if I'm going to play a second game. Captain Sparkles is on the verge of stopping to play his Minecraft. His entire success is basically on playing Minecraft on this channel, and he's had a few videos that aren't Minecraft related, and those always felt very awkward on his main channel, to the point where I think his desire to get away from Minecraft, as there isn't too much new happening here around Minecraft, it forced him to make a much more drastic retirement from playing Minecraft announcement. And that's true for most most YouTubers, is that the big ones that get popular often are just doing the exact same, well, gaming YouTubers in particular are playing the exact same games over and over again, and that's the only way they can maintain any level of viewership. Yeah. I definitely wish that the narrative on the YouTube studio, when you start organizing videos, was much more of a time slot TV channel comparison. And it just isn't. It's all based on playlists, which very few people, I think, really engage with playlists. And you aren't really suggested playlists either. Yeah. There is an argument certainly to be made for making a system that is much more like scheduled TV and less like random skipping of videos. Even Netflix, in comparison, isn't really randomly skipping a video, where you watch a video that could be anywhere between a minute long to 3 hours, 4 hours long, and you just really don't know how long the videos are going to be that are recommended to you, and there is no structure to it. Even other people that I follow on YouTube are not that consistent in what they make or when they publish things. Still have several games to go through, and today is definitely a longer stream, which is fine. I mean, that is just going to keep on happening as we get deeper and deeper into the year. I definitely will be asking for more comments for anybody who happens to still be watching, either now or in the future, as far as how the audio sounds and any other suggestions. Pretzel definitely was interacting with me in the way I would like to be interacted with more, as far as trying to give me feedback and trying to actually have help, and also having real conversations instead of just memeing. In fairness, though, I also appreciate people who just know they have nothing to say, and then they do me the favor of going into the comments and saying hi or hello or just stuff like that. Just a hi and a hello is still an engagement and still helpful. This is probably just an asset flip disc golf game, but it's being received particularly well. Here we have another EA game, Populous 2. Of course, there's still the problem that my desire would be to stop playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Altogether, and a lot of people who are coming to my videos are primed to want to watch the Yu-Gi-Oh! Content, And I do feel like there is just a level of video game and warm up I need to do. I don't think it makes a lot of sense to immediately jump into the news. Although maybe that would save us all some time. Yeah. I think I probably am just going to end up buying like major EA bundles and just looking at everything from EA during the Steam Summer Sale. Which some of these games may not actually be purchasable outside of bundles. Like this one in particular, Command & Conquer Generals, you can either buy EA Play or you can buy the bundle, but you can't individually buy the game. Yeah, here you can buy the game individually. So this may be a case in particular where Valve has allowed new labeling of certain things on sale in such a way that you don't have to actually allow the game to be available for purchase individually. Whereas I might argue that maybe that should be disallowed, but in the end, if it gets more games listed on Steam, dying on a hill on behalf of consumers who just want to play a game is kind of the wrong choice for Valve. Besides, Valve is at least always claiming to be pretty libertarian and pretty hands-offish as far as how you want to sell or label your games. To a fault, frankly. And frankly, to a kind of inaccurate level, too. They claim to be libertarian, but they aren't fully. They still put their thumbs on the scales every now and then. And what they mean by saying libertarian really doesn't mean anything. It's just a phrase and a thing that was promoted quite a bit. I'm kind of glad, though, that for the most part libertarians have, as a political movement, have kind of lost a lot of their appeal, particularly after the pandemic, and there's just fewer and fewer people claiming to be libertarians. Although I do heavily suspect that after the general election that's coming up in the United States, you may see a lot of people who would have claimed to be Republicans trying to shift towards claiming to be libertarians. And I'm not sure that, as far as the core ideology, there's really going to be much of a difference there. They may also just make up a whole new party, a conservative party just called the Conservative Party. This is a Spanish-only Latin American visual novel. Interesting. So here's an example of a Western game animated in an anime kawaii style. Cuter character, larger head than would be realistic, shorter character. And yet it is allowed on Steam. Now, I think a lot of times the games that get pulled are literally getting pulled because of one specific screenshot. So, yeah. I guess if this doesn't support English, I'm not going to put it on the fall list. You don't see too many Spanish visual novels in an anime style. Here you have an example of just terrible Western animation. that's in English only as a visual novel. Yeah. Farmer Survivors. Yeah, I'm gonna say no to that. I think the Survivors fad is probably dead at this point, but we're gonna see a lot of clone games still for a very long time. It must be going along if I was talking about politics there for a second. Sorry about that. That's the one thing I really do try my best to stay away from as far as political beliefs and politics. I will admittedly rant about universal basic income and economics, which is also potentially political beliefs, but I mostly am talking about economics and economic theory. Or at least I hope that's how I come off. If we did get something like universal basic income as a YouTube content creator, I would probably see a tenfold increase of competition on YouTube, and yeah, I'd probably welcome it. It doesn't really affect me. I think my YouTube channel is as successful as it has been based on what I've created, not based on other people's creations. This is an interesting alchemy game because usually you'll see the alchemy games just come from like mobile games and it would be really ugly and small icons, but they've really zoomed it up bigger here. I'm gonna give that a chance. Backpack battles, interesting. Yeah. And if anything, I would say the one thing that's holding me back outside of my lack of just good quality content, which is my fault, certainly, would be the algorithm itself, the unknowable programmed algorithm. It would be the algorithm and the people at YouTube who are programming the algorithm, although I can't even really blame the people at YouTube programming the algorithm too much because I don't think they know what they're doing. I think they're perhaps incompetent in their programming, but I don't think they can be considered malicious because I don't think they're actually controlling it. I would like to see a YouTube that didn't have an algorithm, but nobody ever sticks to that idea. No social media site shows you everything chronologically. And perhaps that's because they're all ad-based. And we have another one of these Chinese games where it's lewd, but probably doesn't have any real adult content in it. I say they're Chinese games because they tend to be Chinese, but this might be from anything. But yeah, you can see the real game is incredibly boring, and then it's selling on these screenshots. And so if there was a game that deserved to be removed from Steam based on the screenshots it puts, that would probably be the kind of game where the screenshots at the very least should be banned or removed. Maybe the whole game shouldn't be banned. Interesting chess game. Monuments Renovator? Nah, I think that's gonna be a no. Oh, this is taking way too long today. I still really haven't thought as far as just how can I make chapters around this? Like, I could potentially have an entire chapter for every single game we're looking at. And I could potentially even make a clip based on every single game we're looking at. And then if I was making a clip based on every single game I was looking at, that would be a weird doubling of making YouTube shorts. But my YouTube shorts that I make are actually better quality than a clip would be, because it moves the web page around and formats it better. So yeah. Still don't know. Still haven't gotten all the banner changers enabled, right? Alright, well. What I'm going to do is take another bathroom break because it's taken so long. And then we'll be back and we'll do the headlines after that. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Let's see. Yeah, the banners are still a thing. Definitely. That need to be turned off. I thought that would be helpful. In particular, the follow list cleanup and the new games on Steam would have been more helpful if I could actually talk about adult games, but YouTube refuses to let people talk about adult games, even mentioning them. So yeah, I'm being censored. Everybody is being censored. Society is being censored. Really, it should be the phrase society is being censored, because as a video game critic, I can't discuss even what new adult games may be on the horizon. Anyways, guess that probably means we need to see if we can fix the banner. Let's see if we can bring up the end of show tab. There. That should fix the banner somewhat. Anyways, so that's going to bring us to SteamDB. Let's see. I am seeing something weird there in the order. That doesn't seem right. That Medieval 2 somehow was at the top of the list. No. Much more realistic that the 24-hour peak is Counter-Strike 2 and Dota. Helldivers holding the 5th position, although Helldivers uniquely had a player cap of about 400,000 and has never been able to get past that player cap. I think it is just computer programming wise stuck in the 5th position, whereas any game programmed to do better and as successful as Helldivers 2 would be doing better. Which I think this probably tells you, if you're going to make an online player versus player game, the target number you need to shoot for is probably 800,000 players. Like, you could shoot for even higher numbers. Certainly, you could go to like Power World, which had an all-time peak of 2 million, or 1.4 million here of a 24-hour peak of Counter-Strike 2. But I think you're probably good enough to just go with 800,000 players and cap at that point. Of course, that's a very high number if you're making a game that then ends up having player bases of only 100,000 players, which is a significant portion of like your top 20 here. Top 20 is 78,000, 71,000 players. Maybe Call of Duty is crawling up a little bit. Last Epoch is still being pretty strong. What I'm particularly seeing about like Last Epoch, Last Epic, however you want to pronounce it, is that it seems like this game had some real trouble with just its launch, and yet it seems like it managed to hold on and continue to maintain enough of a positivity around it that people still are playing it, whereas so many other games have negativity around their launch and then they just fall straight down. I wonder where Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League would even be in this list. That's the game I'm thinking of. And the Capcom publisher sale is still, well, nope, it's not going on still on Steam. We're gonna have probably just a couple of days of normal listings on Steam, and then the Steam Summer Sale is going to happen, and I imagine we will see a big event there, a big change of the way the front page looks at that point. And you can almost guarantee that you're not likely to have too much on sale. Although the fact that you have a Spike Chunsoft sale, for instance, publisher sale, happening here tells you that none of those are going to be on sale during the summer sale. And Resident Evil 4 being 25% off here probably means it won't be any more discounted at the summer sale. What I'm hoping for is a Steam Deck OLED that either is like $50 off or comes with a lot of credit to buy games. If I could get $100, $200, $300, $400, $500 for buying a $550 OLED deck, $500 worth of games, that would be great. Even if it just came with the Valve Complete bundle, that'd be a great offering that Valve could do. Although I already own all of those games, that'd be a great offering for new people getting into playing on the Steam Deck. Let's see what WWE 2K24 is reviewing at. Still mixed reviews, 57% positive. They may be going up in the positive direction. And some of these games like Dungeon Keeper Gold and Command & Conquer Red Alert 2 are games that people have some real nostalgia for. I was thinking, with games like Dungeon Keeper Gold and Red Alert 2, if every single game I had when I was playing PC in my early days of PCing had been lost, which most of them aren't. I probably still have a lot of those CD-ROMs sitting around, but if every single one had been lost, we are really approaching a point where I could just rebuy them, and it would only be a few dollars here and a few dollars there to have them on Steam. And it does just make more sense to do that and rebuy everything and have it in your Steam account. It is also worth pointing out that they have brought the Steam Shopping Cart 2.0 or update, maybe it isn't technically 2.0, and the private library games out of beta. So when this Steam Summer Sale happens, you're going to be able to purchase games and purchase like adult games and keep them private so your friends and people who see your account on Steam can't see them. Now, I still haven't really gotten a full confirmation about whether you can go back and label other games as being private library games, and I don't know if you family share games that those games are not included in the family share, although there is definitely a way to family share a selection of games and not all of your games. They really haven't talked about family share on Steam in a long time. The shopping cart update is just a consistent shopping cart regardless of what browser or device you're using. Up until this point, if you had one shopping cart in a Firefox browser and another shopping cart in Chromecast or no Chrome, or another shopping cart in on an Android phone, a lot of those shopping carts, if not all those shopping carts, were disconnected. Now it will be server-side synchronized, so one shopping cart to rule them all. Which is the way to do a shopping cart, almost certainly. Do we have any real reviews for Dungeon Master? Yeah, very positive. It would be kind of silly if these games came out and they didn't play well. They're very, very old games. It almost certainly is much further along the end of not just being very close to having owned every single game that I owned when I first started playing PC, before Steam probably even existed. I am probably much further down the path of owning almost every single game I would have wanted to own back when I first started playing PC. And if anything, most people with a decent Steam account are going to own more games than they likely would play in a lifetime, and they'll eventually get to that point, as long as you just don't want to play new games, and as long as you're willing to play a lot of old games that are very grindy and time consuming. A lot of games like the Command & Conquer games, though, although I would want to own them, it would be a struggle to play Red Alert and all the other Command & Conquer games. There's like 10 of them. And they're slow games, real-time strategy games. The only thing I could think to improve that, and I really do think this would work, is if a company came out and just started making mods to make abridged versions, accelerated versions of playing certain games. I do think that would be very helpful. So, anonymous code here is 40% off, but still $36. Whereas AI, the Somnium Files, is $8. Is this a soundtrack? Or it's a deluxe edition for $23. There's several different things. Yeah, I already own the Nonary games and Zero Escape, which these turned out to be more visual novels than puzzle games, and a little crazier than I thought. I already own Danganronpa 1, and $14 is not too much too expensive to buy. Danganronpa 2, I think there might be still some side games here that maybe aren't on Steam. And then Chaos Child, Chaos Head, Chaos Noah, Head Noah, Steins Gate. Steins Gate I need to buy, because that's like the #1 visual novel ever. So if I'm ever gonna specifically stand out and play a visual novel, I should be playing the Steins Gate series. ReZero, it's based on an anime, and it's a visual novel too. Most of these have visual novel elements to them. And then the Memories Off series, of which there's quite a few. There's a Made in Abyss action RPG game. It's mostly positive, I didn't realize that. Made in Abyss is one of these animes that didn't get a second season, so or didn't get a second season fast enough, so the fandom kind of died on this. And these would be closer to the moe anime style, in which you have even shorter limbs and anatomically incorrect bigger heads. Although, in fairness, you might make an argument that Made in Abyss actually isn't a moe anime style because the characters are canonically children. They are supposed to be children. There is supposed to be this large split between the danger that these children are being put into as they adventure down an abyss. There is perhaps even a slight Japanese political message that's flying over the heads of foreigners in Made in Abyss. And then, yeah, this boy is a robot, but he is also shirtless the most of the time. And yet, no problem with that on Steam, apparently. Conception 1 and 2 is a lewd RPG type game where you're conceiving star children. Zenkai Zero, Last Beginning, that was another one that caught my attention. These are all very Japanese, weird games. Fire Pro Wrestling. I certainly thought, and see, this is kind of what I would want to see as far as a wrestling game. I kind of feel like WWE should just make a game like this one year, so that then they come back with a hyper-realistic wrestling game the next year that is much more polished, instead of just making the same game slightly better or slightly worse every year. So yeah, it's still kind of hard to justify buying any of these games though, when you know the summer sale is coming and there's probably more interesting, more mainstream games. These are very much niche games. Anyways, well, that's going to bring me to my chart here. Let's see what things are happening here. Helldivers bouncing back up a little bit. Mark a blade point. Are we still getting data? Yes, we are. 211 or 311 it says there. And we're still using our data points from the very first day I started making and filling out this chart through an automated script. Let's see. Palworld is falling now below GTA 5. I imagine it'll be interesting to see if Palworld doesn't just fall all the way down to nothing, effectively. Last Epoch falling downward too. And if the Steam Summer Sale is happening on the 14th, I question if maybe we won't get any big announcement or big release of any new game. Yeah, I couldn't really name what the next big release of a game even is supposed to be. Notably, you would think Skull and Bones would be on this list, but that is nowhere to even be seen on the list. And so Ubisoft definitely was hoping for that to be the big game. Now we may just have to wait several weeks, if not months, until we have another big game release. It is also kind of interesting that there's no connection to Dune, the Dune Part 2 movie being out released, or even them attempting to make a Madam Web connected game or a Spider-Man connected game. We are entering summer, definitely, so there should be some summer movie blockbusters, if those were still such a thing, which I guess they aren't. But yeah, we've never really seen any video game actually connected to a movie or a movie launch. If anything, they've been treating each other as direct competitors, when, you know, it probably would work if a Spider-Man movie came out for you to get a discount or DLC character or skin for Spider-Man video games. And it probably would work if another Marvel movie came out, that there would be a Marvel video game connected to it. I almost would think that Warner Brothers, if they own Suicide Squad movies, maybe they should try and put those movies back out in theaters when Suicide Squad, the video game, was released. Like, take old movies, put them back in theaters, get a free movie ticket if you buy the video game type promotion. But yeah, we're not seeing anything like that. I've never seen anything close to that. It makes very little sense. Alright, so now let's wrap up what has been a long stream with our clips and see how this works. Again, just training myself as best as possible on how to read these clips in kind of a blank manner, and we'll comment if I feel like I need to comment, but I imagine we've talked about everything. And fingers crossed this will be the first time clips actually work in the past week or two. Final Fantasy XVI producer says PC players can expect a pre-release demo within a year. Multiversus returns in May, running on the Unreal Engine 5. The game is also adding a new player versus event mode. Do we have a Steam link to this? No. Todd Howard revealed Fallout 5 secrets to the Fallout TV show's creators to avoid similarities. WWE 2K24 tops the UK physical charts. Xbox Sea of Thieves has topped PlayStation 5's digital pre-order charts. Multiversus return announcement looks set for today. PUBG Battlegrounds 2024 roadmap includes destructible environments. Now, two things are still a problem I'm noticing here, is that once I start talking about the previous headline in the next headline, I'm always one off. I guess it just takes me a second to think things through. But also that the headline before this is definitely a headline where if I just stayed silent, that wouldn't trigger a clip being made, and that really was an article that is redundant and unnecessary. I still kind of do feel like these articles should be shifted around the other way. I don't know if I can really ever make that happen where the tabs would be in the other order. Let's continue. 3 more Mario Game Boy titles are coming to Switch Online next week. Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door and Luigi's Mansion 2 release dates have been confirmed. Nintendo and Illumination confirm a second Super Mario Bros. Movie for 2026. Former PlayStation boss says exclusivity will always be important. Silent Hill 2 has been rated in Korea. I think we may have already talked about that. And you may take note that all of these news articles so far aren't really talking about any game being announced recently or coming out. Former Xbox boss believes serious questions are being asked about the future of consoles. Former PlayStation exec calls exclusivity the Achilles heel of blockbuster games. Almost direct contrast. I feel like these may have all been just people on the same stage interviewed at the same time. GamesBeat interview. A demo for the PS5 exclusive Stellar Blade appears and is quickly pulled from the PlayStation Store. Another Nintendo emulator is shutting down following a high-profile lawsuit. PlayStation-backed Deviation Games has closed. EU says it's investigating why Apple terminated the Epic's developer account. Fortnite Chapter 5 Season 2's launch date has been delayed. Microsoft says Russian state-backed hackers have accessed its source code and internal systems. Helldivers 2 was UK's best-selling game in February. So that worked pretty well and didn't take that long. Not that many stories in particular. It feels like we may have a little bit more from Komatsu, but it does just feel like everything is in this weird slump, which is weird because you would have thought that January and February would have been the slump, and then weirdly April seemed like it was speeding up, and now we're into March and it feels like it's slumping again. Is this a case where the first quarter was a slump in totality, then the first month of the second quarter maybe was active, and then it ran out of steam? I ate a graham cracker before I started in the last break, and that was probably a mistake. Anyways, let's read the headlines. Multiversus launches May 28th. I guess in this case it makes some sense to re-promote, make a new YouTube short because we have a launch date. Although it does definitely feel like they're double dipping here. Lunar Lander Beyond launches April 23rd. Now that's an interesting game. If this is supposed to be a spiritual successor to the original Lunar Lander game, it's probably not a game I really would want to play though. But I will make a YouTube short on anybody that bothers to make a press release and give it to Komatsu. And Komatsu will put out almost any press release it gets, it looks like. There's an interesting insight on press releases from the Associated Press, and that somebody put out a photo of one of the UK royals, and then they found it to have been photoshopped in some way, and the Associated Press put out what they call a kill order, telling everybody to stop using the photo and stop putting out the article because it had been edited. Which I could see why you would want to take that seriously if you're trying to be a news source. Is last thing you want to do is put out an article that then is provable to have alterations or edits in the photos. Perhaps they should think of a better term than kill order, though, I would say. Is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon? Familiar myth. Full End of Water and Light has been confirmed for Switch as a mouthful of a Japanese light novel that was then turned into an anime. Winning Post 10 2024 demo launches March 14th in Japan. This week's Japanese game releases are IB for PS5 and 4, Macross Shooting Insight, and more. Scroll down here and see what else it is. Also, Outcast: A New Beginning for the PS5. Even small numbers on the digital only. We've been seeing the digital only getting smaller, but even by that, this is a really small amount. Game Boy, Nintendo Switch Online adds Dr. Mario, Mario Golf, and Mario Tennis on March 12th. Weirdly, you'd think that it would be released on March 10th, which would be Mario Day. Weirdly, they missed it by 2 days. Old Get Smart reference. Missed it by that much. How many of these Mario games are really worth playing is the real question. maybe just Dr. Mario on Game Boy, but even in that, that's probably a lesser version of Dr. Mario. And I don't think the Mario Golf series has ever been particularly successful. Mario Tennis, maybe slightly more successful. A lot of these games would have just been generic golf games with Mario shoved into them, or generic tennis games with Mario shoved in them. You can see how Mario is stylized with just a red Mario that you can barely even read from the background, and then a very colorful Mario with a very different kind of font for these two games. Luigi's Mansion 2D HD launches June 27th. Obviously this is only for the Switch. Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door for Switch launches May 23rd. Nintendo and Illumination announce a new Super Mario Bros. Animated film. Grand Blue Fantasy Fest 2024 has been announced. I imagine the reason why we don't have too many announcements today also is just because it's Monday and the Wednesday stream will probably be overflowing with announcements. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink version 1.1.0 update has been detailed. Playable character Sandafellon to be updated in May, or added in the May update. Did I pronounce the name right? Sandalphon? Yeah, I think that's about as good as I'm gonna get. Grand Blue Fantasy Versus Rising DLC character Vance launches in early April and Beatrix in late May. Sakuna of Rice and Ruin anime has been announced. Yeah, this is pretty much the first time I've ever heard of an anime being made based off a video game. There's plenty of video games where it might make a lot of sense to do that. In fact, there's probably a really long list of games that are old that you wouldn't want to really bother to remaster. Max Payne, for instance, where it might make a lot of sense to just shift genres and media and make it into an animated thing. There's probably a lot of old games that just wouldn't play particularly well. Conker's Bad Fur Day might be a great example of something like that, where if you just reanimated that and made it a movie, it probably would work better than trying to remake or re-release Conker's Bad Fur Day. Inherently, I guess that's what YouTube and Twitch is all you try it. What am I trying to say here? I lost my train of thought here. Yeah, I guess that's what YouTube and Twitch are a lot of in the first place, is that there are a decent number of games that just would not benefit as well from trying to remake them, and it's just easier to watch somebody else play the game to see the cutscenes. Although most old games don't have enough cutscenes that converting it to a animated something or other, whether it's an anime or something else, still wouldn't really make a lot of sense. It would be too much of a stretch, for instance, to say that the GoldenEye Nintendo 64 game would be better if it was turned into a live-action movie. Ironically, because GoldenEye was a live-action movie first and foremost, but yeah, the experience you have in GoldenEye 64 is very much different than the experience you would have watching GoldenEye the movie. Yeah. And the Mario movie certainly isn't just a retelling or reimagining of Super Mario Bros. 1 or 2 or 3. Anyways, let's move on. Deviation Games shuts down. Do we have a list of what games they actually worked on? I have no idea. Alright, well, we'll have to leave it at that. Reigns Beyond is coming to the Switch and PC this spring. I saw this game and I thought it had just been released very stealthily. And I guess it kind of had, because it is currently available on Apple Arcade. So this is taking the idea of swiping left and right, like other Reigns game, but setting it in a sci-fi universe, which is probably a better move than what Reigns 2, Her Majesty, was all about, which was far too similar. That being said, I still don't really feel like the Reigns game is interesting enough to have yet another sequel made around it. See, this is a trailer that's not really showing you what the game looks like, I imagine. Instead, just trying to catch your attention. And I don't think the game actually plays anything like that, unless they are just making a completely different type of game. Or this is a game called Reigns Beyond that isn't in the Reigns style of games. Nope. It totally is in the Reigns style of games, where you're swiping left and swiping right. Yeah, after playing Reigns 2 and already owning the Game of Thrones Reigns, I just can't imagine really wanting to play this. I'll put it on the follow list just out of generosity, but I think I am done playing Reigns games. The simplistic swiping right, left concept, I think it just needs a rethink overall. And it's so disconnected from the dating app that it was basically mimicking now anyways, which nobody even uses that dating app. I couldn't even tell you which one it was. Was it Tinder? Yeah. Anyways, moving on. Dave the Diver Physical Edition for Switch launches May 30th worldwide. Saga Emerald Beyond details Sigunas. This is quite the image. A lot of colorfulness happening here, while still having a lot of black letter. Feels very wild looking. And then they just throw in a mech out of nowhere. Boy, does this look like a wild game from these images. Although it, in the end, seems like it's just a JRPG game. Kind of has like a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure feel to it with the character designs. There's apparently guns in the game too. Man, this is a lot of screenshots going all over the place. Ikone Island, an Earthlock adventure for the PS4 and 5 and Xbox One and Series, launches March 21st. And that will be our last Gematsu article for today. This game came out in 2023 and is already on my wish list. So we barely have any GameDeveloper.com articles today, so we'll finish here in about 5 minutes. So let's just wrap this up. The Super Mario Bros. Movie made a bunch of money, so Nintendo is making another. PlayStation-backed studio Deviation Games is shutting down. Microsoft voluntarily recognizes a 600-strong Activision Blizzard QA union. New York Times issues DMCA on hundreds of Wordle alikes and clones. Adult Swim Games' entire library may be delisted by May. And there's an obituary for Akira Toriyama, Dragon Ball creator, who passed away at age 68. Kind of late to the party, I think, with this article they were, but whatever. Toriyama has had a hand in a lot of character designs for things like Dragon Ball, Sandland, and Dragon Quest, several other games. I imagine his input will be missed, but I imagine also Dragon Ball and Sandland and all of them will be finished or continued. In the case of Dragon Ball will probably never finish, and Dragon Quest will probably never finish. But yes, there was a very, very high reaction to that, and a lot of people who certainly have been influenced by either Dragon Quest or Dragon Ball. And certainly him dying at a relatively young age of 68 is shocking. One of the things I heard is that the reason why the Saiyans in Dragon Ball's hair are blonde when they go Super Saiyan is because in the manga animation it saved the in-between animators time filling in the hair with black hair otherwise. So in the manga, Goku and Vegeta would have had black hair or brown hair, and since manga are black and white, that would be filled in with just black shading. But when they go blonde in Super Saiyan, they can just do an outline of a hairline and then leave the rest of the inside empty. Now, how much time is that really going to save them? Not that much. They're already doing about 3 minutes per frame as in-between animation anyways, and getting paid pennies on those per frame. So yeah, while that was a generous thing for him to do, it probably only saved him a few frames every hour at most. Then our final article here is Brainjar Games has netted $6.7 million in seed funding for its debut project. Okay, and that's the end of the show. So as always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, and keep on watching. Thanks.